We have some technical
Mark's working?
difficulties. All right, we're good now. Hopefully everyone can hear us. But yeah, as you're saying, Gilberto.
Yeah, well, I'm just hanging upside down, ready to watch some of these games. And I mean, like, this is the thing with when there's so many players and so many teams and obviously divisions, it's hard to know any individual players quite well. There's like, what, 1,000 plus players on average. So it's quite difficult. But I feel like we're going to learn a lot about the teams and the players as the series progresses and how these two teams interact with each other, because even though it's fearless, it's not the exact same as the kind of mini series meta that develops about like one champion becomes really strong. Then how do you answer that? Is it a ban? Is it a counter pick? It's a little bit different, but I'm still excited to see how these two teams interact.
That's right. And it's today's match is going to be GCC Street Fighters versus Monkeys Night City. And I fortunately had the pleasure of casting both of their respective games in past broadcasts. But obviously not a head-to-head between these two. So it should be a pretty fun series. Street Fighters is 5-2 in the regular season, and then Monkey Knight City was 4-3. So not too big of a difference. And obviously both have won their quarterfinals coming into this. And I believe I can't. No, I didn't see Monkey Knight City's quarterfinals, but I did cover one of their matches from right before the regular season ended, and the Street Fighters are pretty early on matchup. I believe, if I recall correctly, Quiet Adam actually had a pentakill on Aphelios in one of those games. So yeah. So anyway, should be a fun series. I'm super excited. It is a best of 5 as well. For anyone that is curious, because we are in the playoffs, and it is fearless format too, just like the pro circuit. So any champs selected in previous games will not be eligible for the remaining games. So if we go all the way to a game 5, there will be like a total of 50 different unique champions we'll see, which is kind of nuts, but hey, it's happened before. Yeah. So all right, let's I think we're ready for draft. So yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Sounds like it. I was going to say, I'm glad you brought up the Aphelios, because something that's been really rising up in pro play, teams across multiple different regions are starting to really value this pick, especially into Yunara. Apparently, Aphelios is one of the best AD carries into Yunara. Maybe that's something that we see here. I'm going to derail the cast just slightly. There's the Aphelios ban right there. I'm going to derail a little bit here. Monkeys Night City sounds like a Bloons Tower Defense unit. I don't know. Maybe DLC. You've played that game.
No, for sure. No, Balloon Tower is actually one of my favorite games back in the day. Love a good tower defense game. But we do get the Fellows banned, and I think for good reason, as we mentioned, why Adam did have a Penta on that in a previous series, and maybe they just have a lot of mastery on that too. We get the Viego ban, the Hui ban, the Braum ban on the side of Street Fighters. We get the Nocturne ban, and then one final ban this first round, and it's going to be the Kane. Interesting ban right there. A lot of them, I feel like bans in Divinity League are also based on mastery and comfort picks as well too. So even if it's not maybe like a meta jungler or something like that, it could go a long way. We get the Corki first pick up for Street Fighters.
I mean, Braum talking about those, like lower division counter bans, target bans. Braum has seen some of the highest success on like blue side B1 first pick because teams players don't really know how to play around the Braum, even if it's not a great Braum game. Little bit of jungle prioritization here with the Nocturne, the Kane, the Viego, obviously wait for the poke. But yeah, Corki early, matched by the Caitlyn, so the Prio and bot lane is going to be going over towards the Caitlyn unless you draft like a really, really nothing lane, like an Alistair here would probably give Prio over to the Corki and the Thresh. Talking about the Aphelios earlier, the support that's been mainly played with the Aphelios is the Thresh. So both of these two rising up and Thresh getting picked on its own as the Nefiri gets locked in for jungle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, a lot of comfort on the Thresh too, even if the Failures is banned. And likely going to be a Volibear jungle, but could always be a top laner as well. We'll see. Unlikely that they pick the top laner this quickly. And we get a Tahm Kench pickup. Probably going to be the support Tahm Kench as well. We get a Swain ban. Interesting. Chocos might have a pretty solid Swain mid. But I assume that a lot of these next few bans are going to be those mid and top laner picks.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this Tahm Kench. I said, you when you're picking Caitlyn, you're playing for Prio, right? You're playing for wave push, and the idea of Caitlyn is that like, yeah, she scales pretty well, but you have to be set up in an area first. Retaking as Caitlyn is all but impossible, and yeah, the Tahm Kench can help with like be a front line, but you're not going to be giving wave Prio something that is going to give wave Prio and has found so much success over multiple regions, Titan, all the divisions. Orianna, I'm a huge fan of this pick. Works with basically everything that's going on for Monkeys. And Ornn, another thing that teams haven't really been able to find an answer for.
Yeah. No, very strong top lane pick as well, especially blind too, right? It has a lot of utility for a team late game. Oh, and we get the Gwen pickup. Gwen's not easy to deal with, especially in these 1v1 matchups. I like it a lot too, because there's, you got the Tahm Kench, you got the Volibear, maybe another tank in the top side. A Jace right here would be really good. Oh, we actually get the sets. Okay. So Gwen's going to have a lot of utility here in this game, but that Ornn's got to watch out too from that suplex, because that's going to do a lot of damage on the way down. But I like the picks a lot. What do you think about them on both sides?
Look, I really love GCC's comp. I think Ornn is a really big threat this game. There's not a whole lot of answer to that. However, I'm not sure who's going where here, because Gwen has typically been like some kind of an answer towards the Ornn in cases, mostly in the top lane. We saw a brief stint of Gwen in the jungle, but that all but disappeared. I'm assuming this is Gwen in the jungle, and then it's Nefiri in mid lane against Orianna. That lane can't be easy, or it anyway feels good. Orianna is one of the highest like range poke champions that like scales well into a team fighty mid. Like, it's perfect for what you want to do against Nefiri. You have an invulnerability, but only once.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you get dove on and get out of it too, Chukos might be in a little bit of trouble. But it is going to be Chukos playing the Nefiri mid, and it's going to be the Gwen jungle with the Ornn top. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, of course, it's going to be the Tahm Kench support as well. I do agree with you a lot about the bot lane prio for Caitlyn too, right? Typically you see that Lux pairing or some type of other ranged or enchanter support there too, to really punish the lane. But With the Tom Kench, you don't have as much threat potential in some of these situations, and you have the Lantern to get out very easily, and you have the Valkyrie on the Corki, so it's going to be kind of hard to catch this Corki off. It might be kind of a slower game on that bot lane. Maybe just both ADCs just going for farm instead. But I think if you're the side of Street Fighters, you're feeling pretty good about that, knowing that Kawhi can just farm up a little bit more easily and see what they can do later. So I'm excited though. I'm excited to see how this goes. I know you like the Orianna pickup a lot too, but if you were to kind of rate both sides, who do you got your money on just on the draft alone?
I think that Monkeys have a lot of an easier execution of their comp, right? Orianna just finding an ult with ball, frontline everywhere. Tom Kench to save someone. Pretty decent, like good early game with Volley Bear, Set, Caitlyn. But I think that GCC's comp is just better, but it's a little bit harder to play, right? Ornn isn't going to have the easiest time in the early stages of the game, especially with these Volley Bear ganks. And I think that Gwen in team fights is really difficult. Like, it might not seem like that, but you go forward. If you're not 10-0, you walk forward, dash, and then you get stunned, ulted. Neferi is kind of the same thing, where if you don't have a big lead, and like, how are you generating that against Orianna? If GCC come out, their team fights look really well connected. This Gwen knows what she's doing. I think GCC have a really solid comp, and it's going to scale really well too.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of it is just going to be protect the Orianna and the Caitlyn on the comp side of Street Fighter, or on the side of Monkey Knight City, but they also have a decent amount of damage elsewhere too, so we'll see how it goes. Ornn scaling does go kind of crazy, but even that Kench could start being kind of annoying if you're running that hard sale. Here we go, best of 5 in the semifinals for Divinity League. It's going
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
be could have been an action-packed start, but I think it's actually going to be a little bit slower than we all anticipate.
I think that both teams have potential to look for something like this. I think mostly GCC are looking to deny the invade rather than to set up their own, because Thresh level 1's pretty good, but like Ornn, Corki, it doesn't feel very strong in a level 1. You're just trying to deathball together, catch out one if you can, but stop the top side getting invaded. And on the bot side, I mean, as a hook champ, you want that bot brush control. So Monkeys go down there, ward that brush, group is 5, waiting for a pick. And I guess both teams just stare into space.
Yeah, we're going to take it a little bit slow here. Oh, well, the set is going to be here, though. We just got to watch out a little bit as Chukos does have Slop to back him up right then there. Oh, and here comes the face breaker. Chukos might be in a little bit of trouble now that reinforcement has arrived. Chukos is going to have to burn that flash, but does get out to safety for now. Chukos getting kind of chunked out here, though. Might make this mid lane laning phase a little bit tougher. Now that Flash is down too, that's definitely something that Glada and the side of Monkey Knight City is quite aware of, and might go for early gank in this mid side.
Yeah, you're definitely not feeling very happy about that trade. You get basically nothing, lose half your health and Flash in a lane that's already really difficult for you to play out. Level 2 hit first, as Neferi has a decent amount of push, but when Orianna starts getting these levels, especially first item, it's going to be really difficult. So, I can't really... Chook? Is it Chukles?
I think it's Chukos, like the train, like a choo-choo train.
Blurry from...
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Shout out to Tal Roma for that
hard
correction too. I think I called them Chocos earlier, but it is going to be Chukos, and let's see if we get the train going. I mean, there's a train on that top lane as well on the side of Slop, so they got all the trains on their side. Bot lane, as expected, going to be a little bit probably slower here, but actually Adam getting quite caught out a bit here. They're going to put some of this damage onto Tom Kench, and the flash forward from Grin is going to secure the first blood for Monkey Knight City.
Well, it's not Caitlyn Lux, but it's push and first blood. A huge pickup for Monkeys. And Flash was expended by Grim, which does feel you know, pretty bad, but I mean, first blood, both summoners down on the Corki. As long as you're playing safe at that time with a time counter, should be pretty doable. I think Monkey's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, better to use your flash for a kill than a flash to survive getting killed in those situations. Elsewhere, though, CS pretty even across the board here. But that early first blood is going to be nice to get that Caitlyn going. Definitely maybe not as strong in the early game outside the range, but a lot of minus items on a Caitlyn is not going to be a fun time for Street Fighters later on. Oh, we get engaged here. Glada goes on to D1 Busy. Busy is going to be in trouble as Glad is going to pick up the solo kill there and picks up the Scuttle Crab as well. A lot of things going pretty well for Monkey's Night City here. Let's see how this even got set up because it looked like D1 was a little bit chunked. Oh, maybe just lower health just from, you know, going and clearing some of the jungle camps.
And then just way too greedy. This is like the simplicity of Volibear in the early game just puts this like shield. Oh, okay, hold on. And as I say that, he just walks into mid, finds another stun, I assume, and that's a kill. Like, no flash. That's the punish right there.
Yeah, that's right. That kill's going to go over to Giraffe Rider. Before we take a look at that replay, though, it's going to be Glada versus D1 again in a 1v1 skirmish here. Glada's got to be pretty careful here as the Conqueror is going to be proc now. D1 busy popping the Ghost as well. Glada's trying to get out of there, but the Sky Splitter is going to land, giving Glada a shield. Flash forward and another kill for Glada against D1 busy. Glada's going to be running out here as the fight is continuing to break down in this bot lane as the Death Sentence is going to land on the Caitlyn, but Adam is going to get out for now, and actually Lewd Avocado is going to go down. Adam trying to make a run for here. Fallen Warriors is not going to pick up that kill, so a little bit of a reprieve for Street Fighters, but that's 5-0 to start off for Monkey Night City as we take a look at this quick replay on how Chukos went down to start off this whole string of kills.
Yeah, just walks forward, finds a stun, that's it. No flash on the Nefiri. It's that easy at this point for Glada. Volibear, one of those champions, you know? Point and click stun, shield, really good early game, and it's just disaster for GCC. And it's not going to get any better in the coming minutes. It's going to take a while for this Ornn to scale, for Nefiri to get back into the game, for this Corki to be relevant. Monkeys in full control of this game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and I'm speaking of this Ornn too, probably the only lane that's not going too disastrous for the side of Monkey Night City, but this Ornn's not going to be really able to hard carry your team. Just maybe could just stay some solid front line here as Wee's making this. Oh, here calls the call of the Forge God. We're going to come through here as the Haymaker is going to be thrown out, but not much damage stacked up on it. Flash going to be spent on Weez as well as Slop. Slop trying to pick up the first kill, and here comes the suplex. Weez takes the 1v1 here against Slop. Nothing going the way of Street Fighters in these first couple minutes of this game.
I know that had nothing to do with this Ornn not getting the solo kill, but I love the fact that he autos the minion accidentally here as he walks forward. But it's very close, right? Ornn hits level 6 off of this one minion here, finds this ult, and W was used pretty early. There's the auto right there. I know it didn't really do anything, but I think it's pretty funny. But yeah. I mean, it's so close. W was used, so you're thinking, oh, maybe there's not enough return damage, and it's a good time to go in for the kill with the Haymaker. The fact that it does like max health damage, obviously, takes a chunk out of the Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate. I like the attempt from Slop because things definitely looked like it was going his way, right? Even landed a Searing Charge, the Call of the Forge God, very minimal damage from the Haymaker to start things off from the set, but able to just stat check there against the Ornn was a little unfortunate here. So things are not going so well for the side of Street Fighters, but there's still a long game remaining here, only 7 minutes down. First Drake is obviously going to go over to Monkey's Night City. They have pretty much prio all over the map at this point in time. Looks like D1 is going to go for some invading on the side of Gladys. Topside jungle, just trying to get slight advantages wherever he can get, which I think is the right call because you really don't want to go for a team fight right now if you're Street Fighters.
Yeah, you've got a bit of a window here where there's not too much that can happen. I mean, you're going to lose Grubs most likely as he's pathing up.
All right, Skirmish is coming down. Weiss is going to be getting ganked here. D1 trying to assist Slop as however he can, and Weiss does go down. Slop is going to pick up the kill, but Glada is here. Glada is fighting 1v3 though. Here comes the TB from the Oriana. Giraffe is here to back up his jungler, but Grubs are now available, and looks like Street Fighter's feeling pretty comfortable with a slight numbers advantage, although Slop is going to recall here. They're going to try to grab their own set of objectives, not give everything over to the side of Monkey Knight City. Looks like Fallen Warrior here is going to try to get some vision, maybe go for a contest. If they could grab one of these Grubs, that's going to be pretty nice. As we get the reinforcement from Giraffe and Glada, they are coming in. D1 is in a slight trouble here. Going to get exhausted, slow, tongue lashed. Here comes a Stormbringer as Sky Splitter as well. And D1 is just going to be destroyed in an instant. Looks like Monkey Knight City is going to pick up one of these Grubs. So going to deny the triple Grubs for the side of Street Fighters. It's going to be nice for them. I mean, a small win there earlier against the sets, but outside of that too, Street Fighters still quite behind in this game.
I think Busy does what is most likely in his mind the most correct decision. Get 2 Grubs and then leave. It's just unfortunate that he didn't predict the entire world was around those Grubs. Pardon me, and he didn't really have any reinforcements. But still, you're right. A kill onto the set. 2 Grubs, really nice for Gwen. Pretty decent for Ornn as well. Not, the most potent split push top laner, but still nice to take it away from champions like the Caitlyn, like the set on the other side in the top lane. So GCC found 1 win. Maybe they're looking for another one up here as another return game.
All right, Call of the Forge God is going to land onto the set as some of that damage is charging up a bit. Weiss does go for the showstopper, and D1 Busy is going to pick up the kill though on Weiss. Weiss not going to be able to get out that one as Grim picks up another kill onto the Thresh. Here comes the peel though from the Tahm Kench. Is going to swallow up Grim for now by a little bit of space. Glada is here though, and Glada is pretty strong as the rest of Street Fighters are going to start running here. Adam does get caught a bit, does get stunned up, is alive for now. Truco's trying to stay alive, but no, it's going to be Grim that finishes off Truco's, and this Caitlyn is getting pretty scary pretty quickly. Also has first strike as well, so a lot of gold econ going over to Grim's Caitlyn. They're going to pick up a few plates here as well. Loot Avocado is here to help maybe thin out the wave here and push Glada away, but I don't think Glada is scared of just a single Thresh. D1 is in the area though, as Glada going for some of these jungle creeps, and looks like Caitlyn is going to be backing off soon. Mana's pretty low, and didn't have enough mana to ult that Corki in that fight, so could have been even more disastrous for the side Street Fighters if that was the case, but I don't know, you can't complain with a 4-0 start from this Caitlyn.
It's a lot easier for me to say this with hindsight sitting in my comfy chair, but Loot Avocado just gets caught before Chukels comes down, and then immediately the fight's lost. Like, we didn't get to see the start of where this Thresh's health bar went, but you can't be, Thresh is not really an engaged champ. He's a catch support, sure, with hook, but mostly he's peeling. He's throwing Lantern down for you, he's flaying enemies away, using ult to provide space and time for your AD carry or your mid laner or even jungle in this game, right? It's a carry jungler. But, dying first in a skirmish like that really benefits the Caitlyn and this Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench, much more of a front line than the Thresh is, builds much more tanky. You can already see in the builds, right? Lucidity boots up against these plated steel caps. So every bit of damage is going to be favoring the Tahm Kench, plus the healing, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. We get another 1v1 skirmish here. Call of the Forge God is not going to land as a showstopper is going to throw Slop out of there, but D1 Busy going to be up in the top lane yet again. Weiss already going to throw down the flash. Can Weiss get out there? No, not going to be the case, as D1 is going to find the kill there too. I like a lot of this rotation, this prio on this top side, because Street Fighters know that's probably where they could get the most amount of kills for now to slow down the bleeding a bit. Get some of this econ over to the Gwen is also nice too, because late game Gwen is going to be very important in these fights. So score is 3-9. Gold differential, nothing too crazy about a 2K 2k gold lead, but a lot of this gold is on this Caitlyn, as Adam is going to be caught and take a good chunk of damage for now. Great spacing from Fallen Warriors and Grim, and all these Caitlyn traps, it just makes this lane really annoying to lane into, right? It's not a Lux support, but hey, Fallen Warriors is making this Tahm Kench look pretty good in this lane.
Especially now that he's completed the Collector, that spike is so strong early game, especially for Caitlyn, who's one of the highest like AD specific scaling off of AD champions in the bot lane. Now there's some good news and bad news in both mid and bot when you're looking at GCC. Let's see how much damage this does.
Oh,
barrier. Okay, barrier out of.
The barrier was going to be
Oh, yeah.
popped. But Adam's still kind of hanging out here. Doesn't want to lose all this farm. Doesn't want to give away too many plays here. But does get hit by the tongue lash. The lantern is going to be thrown for now. A small little shield here for Adam. But Adam probably has to recall soon. As the bot lane of Monkey's Night City is relentless here. They're going to keep shoving down these waves into this turret. And there's really not much you could do here because Adam's just so low on health at this point in time too. So they're going to try to pick up every single plate possible in this bottom lane to get this Caitlyn going before rotating over that mid lane.
Ladder on top. I think Slop's most likely safe here. It is on. Pretty tanky, pretty safe.
Oh, here comes the showstopper though. All right. Slop trying to get out there. Haymaker is going to land, and the kill is going to go over to Glada. Finally getting a little breather room for Whis here, as Whis constantly getting ganked from that Gwen, and having to fight those 1v2s. But Glada is here, trying to set up maybe for this Rift Herald that's going to be spawning soon. Chukos want to look over here, try to go for a cheeky Scuttle Steal. Not going to be the case. D1 Busy is getting chunked quite a bit here. Does get swallowed up from the Tahm Kench and is going to be stunned. Glada is on a rampage. Picks up another kill. And now they have a lot of priority here for this next objective, as Chukos can only do what he can, just farm under turret. Blue buff going over to the side of Glada, as well as we talked about how scary this Caitlyn looks, but Alberry is getting pretty fed too, and not a great matchup into the Gwen, but if you're this ahead, you're not scared of no Gwen.
I mean, basically what I was talking about in draft just happened there. I mean, it's a bit different because I said in team fights on the draft, and that was
Oh, here comes the shockwave. Adam quite low, flashes forward, picks up the kill. Giraffe's on a killing spree as well. Lewd Avocado can only sit there and watch as his ADC is going to go down. Lewd Avocado, though, trying to land the hook. Not going to be the case. There's going to be a TP coming through, though. It's going to be Chukos on Zephyr. Can you get a shutdown on Giraffe? And it is going to be the case. Chukos going to pick up a good chunk of change there for time being, as it looks like the rest of Monkey Knight City is going to be grabbing up this Rift Herald. And, they also won look like a 4v2 fight. D1 Busy and Slop does go down trying to contest that Rift Herald.
Yeah, one of the negatives towards going Collector on Caitlyn is that later on, it's not as much damage output against this Ornn. So there's potentially, there could potentially be a worry about who kills Ornn late game. Not at this point in the game. Collector spikes really hard early, especially when I'm assuming this is an Infinity Edge second. That's a really, really strong early game spike. 5-0 Caitlyn against a 1-3 Ornn. There's just nothing he can do. Glada in the bot lane.
All right, Chukos already spending the flash here. Glada is just walking down this dog. Chukos in trouble. Ace in the hole as well, feeding a kill straight to that Caitlyn on a silver platter. The turret does go down, though, but Grim is dominating on this Caitlyn. As we take a look at this replay on this Rift Herald as well, too. Something I didn't notice, it was actually Street Fighters that got the Rift Herald. So they did get the objective. But at what cost is the real question. It's stolen from D1. Really great steal here. A lot of damage coming through. I mean, almost doing a good chunk of work in this 2v3 fight, but just not enough. And then Grim's going to come up and clean up as well and take Slop down for some extra cash there. But, I would say Street Fighter's doing whatever they can to kind of stay in this game so far. About a 5k differential, though, a little bit less than that. But not the best of times. However, they are not completely out of this game just yet.
The problem is that it's Infernal Soul, and in 30 seconds, it'll be Infernal Soul point for Monkeys most likely, because I don't see a world in which you are ever fighting with 0 items Corki against 2 items Caitlyn, when there's 2 items the Collector Infinity Edge. So you're down Infernal Soul point. you don't really have any breathing room there. You've got 5 minutes after that to get some gold on this Corki. And that's mainly the problem here. There's literally no AD carry. It's a 4v5 for GCC in favor of Monkeys. And at any point, if you make a mistake, you're walking into a shockwave. Set up for Dragon is happening, and both top laners are rotating down. Neither has TP. Corki's a while away, though.
Right. And Weez is going to be the first one over to his mid lane. Dude, Avocado getting called out a bit on this Thresh. Does have to burn the flash here. And now they're pinstering down onto Slop. Slop has to run away. This Orange does not have enough damage. You got Glad and Weez just running him down here. Here comes the showstopper. Weez takes out Lewd Avocado for the time being. Grim is godlike. Ornn goes down. Glad is unstoppable. And there goes the Gwen. There goes the rest of the team for Street Fighters. It's going to be an ace in 18 minutes, and it's going to be so points going over to the side of Monkey Knight City.
Yeah, the choices were give Dragon or get ace, then GCC choose the quicker route out. And you're still losing the Infernal Soul point. You need a lot more time before champions like this Ornn, the Gwen, and the Fury can reach their potential. But the main problem, and it's not against Quaidam at all. Like, he's got the Trinity Force finish now. You're going tier. That's they're expensive items, and tier needs to scale anyway. You've got tank boots. Like, you literally do nothing. You are just a spectator. But as a team, when you press tab and see that, your only option is to give the Drake. As bad as that might feel to you, there's just no other option. You don't do any damage. And on the right side of the screen, when you press tab, there is a whole lot of damage. We're still 5.5 minutes away from Baron. Like, there's a whole lot of game more to go and more gold to get for Monkeys.
Yeah, it's a tough one too. I mean, and I think if you're just looking purely at the draft side of things, like, yeah, Monkey's Night City's draft looks good if you could get to that late game if you're ahead. But, you know, it's just so scary, right? If you're ahead and you have all the tools at your disposal, and that's exactly the spot that they're in right now, which puts Street Fighters in such a tough position. Yeah, Gwen looks great into some of these team fights, but just way too far behind at this point in time. Looks like they're going to try to catch this Tahm Kench, though. Fallen Warrior is pretty tanky, though. Flashes out of the box. Here comes the reinforcements, and as the Ornn ultimate, and we get the double kill from the Orianna. Triple kill. Weez is going to take out Trucos as well. Huge backup play from the side of Monkey's Night City. That's going to be a 4-for-0 for them. And all Ornn can do is just get out there and watch the rest of his team die, unfortunately, as these things are getting a little bit out of hand now for Monkey Knight City, as they're going for the Otacon as well to just stretch their level advantage even further.
It's like a magic trick. We're looking at Caitlyn and the Volley Bear the entire game. And then I look back at Orianna has 10 stacks of Dark Seal, finds a 3-man Shockwave, a triple kill off the back of a team fight. That's Otacon. 3 minutes until Sol, 4 minutes until Baron. This is looking like a think about next draft angle for GCC.
You know, I think the good news for them, at least, is that none of these champs on Monkey Knight City they'll see again in this series. But yeah. I don't know if it's the champ diff or the player diff in this first game, but, you know, a lot of little execution things early on, I think, from Monkey Knight City just kind of snowballed out of control. Like we said earlier, too, right? Every lane just being ahead early on just made things super hard for Street Fighters. And they're technically the one's favored to win this based on at least the regular season record. But the difference is not that big. I think 5-2 versus 4-3. And Monkey Knight City is saying, hey, don't count us out yet. Glada going to be checking. D1 Busy is going to be there, as well as Lewd Avocado. Slob not too far behind. Glada might be in trouble. Ballbear is going to use the Stormbringer to get out of the way here. Slop going to go on the engage on Giraffe Rider instead of Orianna. Glada goes back in. Here comes the showstopper, though. The shutdown goes over to the Thresh from Glada is going to go down. Not where you want the gold to be at, but we get a double kill over to Giraffe Rider. Giraffe Rider just so big at this point in time, too. Lewd Avocado going to try to get out there for time being. Grim is here as well. Truco's going for the flank. Could this be a good idea or not? Haymaker comes through. Not much damage charged onto it, but does get the shutdown onto the set. Grim is going to pick up the kill, though, onto Truco's. Still a lot of damage remaining on the side of Monkey Knight City. They're going to back off a bit as their front line is getting worn down on this Tahm Kench. overall, still a trade more favorable for Monkey Knight City, but a couple shutdowns going over to Street Fighters. It's going to keep them in this game a little bit longer.
It's just the cherry on top that one of the shutdowns goes over to Thresh, isn't it? Like, how
Yes,
much
yeah.
more can GCC
Yeah,
have
that's
to
a good
sift
point.
through the mud of this game? We take a look back at this fight here as hold, 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 hold. All right, so Glider just basically walks in blind into basically
Yes.
3 people. He's so tanky that he lives long enough to ult away and force all-in-ult shockwave onto 3. Doesn't do enough damage, really. Then Glider back over the wall to flash. It's kind of just ult all over the place, but here the shutdown goes over to the Thresh. Wheeze is left unchecked and now. And it's kind of all she wrote. Great hook at the end there.
Yeah.
Blue avocado. Actually, I didn't see that. I looked away because it was too painful to watch after the shutdown. But
No, that was honestly beautiful from Blue Avocado as well. Might have saved his
pretty good
ADC.
shutdown onto the Fury. It was like what 650, I think that was. I saw there. But back at live, we're coming up on this Soul pretty soon.
And Infernal
I'm
Soul
not convinced.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. I mean, the front line's super thick and strong for Monkey's Night City. Throw in some extra
Multiple
damage from
Gs.
Infernal Soul, and it's going to be a tough game. Fallen Warriors going for a little Ton Lash. And looks like Chuko's on Fury is going to grab the top tower. So going for some splitting here, trying to get as many advantages as can. Gladys has been working on this Drake as Grim is called out. This Caitlyn might be in trouble here. Oh, no, but gets swallowed up by Fallen Warrior. Is going to be peeled up. And here comes Infernal Soul. The damage is online. Slop trying to get out there with just a sliver of health. Might be okay for now. Fallen Warriors looking for that. But we still get 2 going down. The bot lane of Street Fighters is going to be going down here, as looks like with Infernal Soul, going to just try to get as much value as they can. I don't know if they can end the game just quite yet. Caitlyn is pretty low on health. D1 busy trying to buy some time for the rest of the team to come back up. Truco's, I mean, it's decently fed, you know, 3 full items already onto this Nefiri, so you could probably get the Caitlyn in a right position if you can, but Fallen Warriors has done a great job appealing for his ADC here anytime Grim's in trouble. Keeping the Caitlyn alive, 10-0-6, it's a scary stuff.
I mean, the Fury Trickle's just got quite a lot of gold, like multiple injections of gold over the last like 2 minutes or so. Got the shutdown against Wheeze, and then I think got tier 1 tower, but it might have just been in the tier 2, but it was a bounty, right? So that's a ton of gold plus the waves that came in.
Decent amount of CS
nice.
too, you know, 203, so.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job. It's a hard lane, so I'm impressed by this Nefiri so far. It's unfortunate how much everything is falling apart around this Nefiri. Maybe if it was a different game and a different draft, the Nefiri would look a lot better. You're checking with the gold, basically even in mid, but everywhere else, not looking very good at all. But yeah, this is, I guess, one of the negatives for a team like GCC for Fearless as
Glada caught out a bit, but here comes the showstopper. Wheeze is going to slam down. There's going to be a lot of damage coming through. The Haymaker, though, lands. Z1 busy goes down. Wheeze is going to pick up the kill. Grim is still in the back doing a ton of damage. Slop is in trouble here. Adam and Ludovko trying to find a way into this fight, but they just can't do it. They're not tanky enough. Fallen Warriors full health. Wheeze doesn't even matter. This set is super strong, and Giraffe Rider is just going to clear some vision here. Things are starting to look pretty tough here. Glada does go down, though, which means that we don't have a jungler to secure the Baron for Monkey Knight City just quite yet, but they're going to just keep shoving down these lanes and do whatever they can here. You know, a great pickoff onto Glada, but the rest of the team just shows up so quickly, and a fantastic showstopper as well from Wheeze on the set, just, you know, really backing up his jungler whenever he can in these fights. First inhibitor on the mid side is likely going to go down just in a second here, as that is going to be the case. Open up the map quite a bit for Monkey's Night City. I assume they'll be rotating over to this Baron in a short bit. I mean, they kind of want to force a fight here. The help bar on Wheeze is a little bit on the lower side, and everyone is back up, though, for Street Fighter, so we'll see. I mean, the Ornn upgrades are going to start coming through as Ornn's going to be leveling up more and more. So that could get Street Fighters a little bit back in the game for now. But, oh, okay, the Shockwave just letting out to Loot Avocado for now, forcing the flash here. Glad to go and go for the kill onto the support. Loot Avocado does go down. A lot of resources spent on just the Thresh, though. I don't know if it's quite worth it, but maybe they're thinking, hey, we have the mana advantage, let's just go for the Baron now.
Yeah, not a whole lot GCC can do as they watch the hopes of game one fall away. Baron.
I'm busy.
Outside of a miracle steal here, no,
Nope.
can't even change. Goes over to Monkeys. Moving over to the mid lane to try to end this game.
Yeah, they got everything going for them. It's going to be... They got Soul, D1 busy. Oh, a good Pop Blossom for now. But Fallen Warriors, great engage onto D1 busy. The Ton Lash going to land as well as the Exhaust. D1 busy is in trouble on this Gwen. But the needlework is coming through. It's going to start shredding these tanks for a time being. Giraffe Rider is the area. D1 busy has to be a little bit careful. Rest of the team, though, just behind D1's busy's back. Loot Avocado and True Ghost looking for a flank for now. Not going to be able to find it. It's going to have to be a big team fight. This could be the last fight for Street Fighter, so they have to play this carefully. But it's tough. The goal differential is just ballooning out of control at this point in time too. 10k gold difference. Every Drake on this side of Monkey Knight City as well. Baron buff. I mean, I guess the good news is Street Fighters has 2 grubs, but that's about it. That's going for them.
Yeah, outside of that, some towers. Haven't really found many wins in this game. And most of them, or most of the biggest wins, onto this Trugles, onto this Neferia. I'm mixed up. Couldn't decide between 1 and 1. Elder in a minute, however. It's still 2 minutes on Baron. I'd be surprised.
Yeah. Oh my
Where
gosh,
did he
Grim
go?
just assassinates the Gwen. I mean, Gwen was half health, but still, that was just one headshot. Gwen just gets collected here. Adam is in trouble as well as Glada is going to be diving onto this Corki. Glada is caught in the middle of it for now. Call the Forge God is going to come through. Shockwave doesn't hit anyone, but I don't think they even care at this point in time to stop going, try to get down, but the Stormbringer is going to kill off Slop as things have been looking like it's been over for a hot minute, but this is going to be the nail on the coffin, and Monkey Knight City is going to clean things up here, grab the Nexus, and they are heading over to game number 2 in confidence.
A dominant performance for Monkeys in the game 1. I mean, that comp, very, very snowbally, so I could say it's expected with a lead like that on a comp like that, but at the same time, I've seen comps like that get leads and throw them very easily. So it's good to see Monkeys, they understand how to play their comp. They built it, they played it correctly, and there was really no holes to poke at. On the other side, like, there's a lot to look at coming into this next game. That you really have to fully, like, obviously it's fearless, so you can't pick any of it, but you really have to come at it with a completely different idea of how to play this next draft.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like the composition overall from Street Fighter, so I don't think there was a huge issue there. Maybe the Neferi mid lane was a little bit funky at times. I don't think Trugos played it poorly, but maybe if you had like a control mage or something in that slot, could have done a little bit more work for you. But I wouldn't blame Trugos on that one either, because every lane was just behind right early on and just never was able to find any openings. Even Wee's getting ganked a lot on the set, like, came back in the game no problem, right? Was still fairly ahead of the Ornn. And yeah, I mean, just look at those damage charges as well too. Giraffe Rider leading the way, followed by Weez on the set, and then Grim. But what a fantastic performance from all members of Monkey Knight City too. 20 assists on that Tom Kench as well. Hey, the Tom Kench proved us wrong a bit, you know. Was great peel for Grim in the tough spots, and they still won lane early on too. So things worked out quite well. And if they keep playing like that, this could be a short BO5, but we'll see. There's still plenty of games left, though. We're going to take a quick break as we get back into the action. Welcome back, everyone, to Titan Esports. It's the Divinity League. We're in the playoff semifinals, and it's Street Fighters versus Monkeys Night City. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined with Jay Beto, and that was kind of a one-sided match. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it felt like Monkeys just came in with a plan and they stuck to it. That's really impressive, in my opinion, to have a comp in mind, play the comp perfectly well, and don't deviate from it. Don't overextend. Don't give over any ego deaths, any ego shutdowns. Obviously, there were a few
There are
missteps, but like
Yes, yeah.
not big enough to really impact the game. I think going into
Uh-huh.
this next game, my eyes are on the bot lane. We need something comfortable and that's going to survive and have some kind of value for GCC.
Yeah, that's right. And like you said too, right? They didn't overextend too much, and when they did, like the goal differential, the items and levels were just way heavily skewed already onto the side of Monkey's Night City that they just weren't even really punished for it. Like, yeah, you might give 1 or 2 shutdowns over, but you'll pick up 3 or 4 kills on your side of things. So, Street Fighters going to have to make some adjustments into game number 2 here. We'll see if Adam can get their Aphelios or not in this next match, but might be a tough one too. Monkey Night City though, they're looking pretty on point so far, and I just didn't really see any weaknesses right in game number 1 for them.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can continue that play style, and let's see if Street Fighters can make the adjustment or not. Looks like Monkey Night City is going to be on blue side this game, so Street Fighters looking for some counter pick potential, maybe into that top side. We see that Felios is going to be banned out. Does not want Adam to have that champ under their belts at all in this upcoming game, and we have the Viego ban on the side of Street Fighters. As a quick reminder for everyone too, this is a fearless format, best of 5, so any champs picked up in the previous games will not be eligible for subsequent games, as we see that on the bottom row.
I'm really never a fan of seeing the exact same bands as blue and red. Like, it always surprises me. Like, you guys can't play against them at all, but you can't play them either. You don't want to go Nocturne first pick here, leave it open, force a strange ban from GCC. Like, I feel like that's step 1 into creating a bit of chaos in the draft. Aphelios, I understand if you don't play that, but pick Nocturne. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. Could be an option too.
We do this game.
Oh, the Smolder first pick from Monkey's Night City. I mean, look, I know Smolder's kind of a controversial champ at times, but I love a good Smolder game. We do get the Melt ban on the side of Street Fighter, just a little bit different from last game. But early Smolder pick could be interesting. Likely going over to Grim, but you can definitely play Smolder mid and it has a lot of utility, so could be flex around here there. Likely wouldn't pick up the mid lane that quickly, but because of the flex pick, it could make things a little bit interesting as we get the Braum and the Sivir pickup on to the side of Street Fighters. I do like that combination there.
This is actually a really good change up from GCC. So they do what I was complaining about Monkeys not doing, where they don't ban the Braum this time, and they're not first pick, so it's a bit of a risk. They could have lost it. But GCC take the Braum, take the Sivir, which has mega push into Smolder. The Karma's picked up to try to alleviate a little bit of that pushing potential, right? So Karma's going to fight for push there, but I'm not convinced that Sivir won't just win the lane regardless. Trundle, I think a really colorful pick right now in the meta where it's really popular, but I've seen games where it's picked, especially like first pick, in some games, and then enemy team picks 0 tanks, full counter picks for Trundle, and it's completely useless. I think Trundle's not bad into something like a Sivir. Yes, Jukels is happy with the Anivia matchup, although I think the Trundle can definitely find angles onto that, but Braum is a good start into the Trundle as we go into the bans. Pretty similar.
Yeah. I like the Pantheon ban as well. Very strong in this current patch. And we get the Mordekaiser and the Swain bans too. So they're probably GCC are probably thinking that that's a bot lane Smolder, which in all likelihood probably is. But again, that always can be flexed. Smolder into Anivia is not probably amazing for the Smolder though. Going to take a lot of damage from that mage there. Urgot going to be the top lane though. for Street Fighters. Looking like they're going to go for the counter pick jungle, which is kind of weird because we already see the Trundle, and it's in all likelihood going to be their jungler. So, but maybe just wants to give D1 the pick that he's most comfortable with. Oh, we get the Dr. Mundo. Whoa, this is with the Victor mid as well. This is a hyper scaling Monkeys Night City comp, and if you let this get out of hand, if you're GCC, it's kind of game over. We get the Belvith pickup too. You don't see that super often, but could be good in the right situation. Man, this is... You got to end this game quick, GCC, because this is not going to be a good time the later it goes. I mean, you got the scaling from the Victor, the Smolder, Dr. Mundo. Trundle late game is just 1v1ing everyone. Karma shields are there. Like, it's just... if you execute it well, it could pay off. But if you put on a lot of pressure too on the side of GCC, you can end the game quickly yourselves, and that's going to be what they have to do, because otherwise it's going to get really messy late game.
The good news for GCC is their scaling isn't bad either. You know, Siva, now in a 1v1 against Smolder at infinite stacks, obviously the Smolder's going to win. Outrage the Siva, she can't do anything. Smolder can be quite oppressive in ADC 1v1s with the W slow, but Siva against something like a Trundle or a Mundo is pretty good when she's 6 items. Anivia's got decent scaling and has a fine time pushing out Victor. I think this game is going to go late. I don't really see... Like, outside of Trundle just finding 1v1s or 2v2s with, you know, Mundo roaming or Victor roaming or even Karma leaving lane, which I don't think she should do. I think that this game is going to be very close, but Glada had a pretty outstanding game last game. He might have another one this game, and even though I'm pretty happy with the bot lane duo for GCC, I still have doubts until I see them perform.
Yeah, I think so too. And like you said, I don't think the Karma's going to roam nearly as much as Fallen Warrior roamed last game on the Tom Kench. Because, you know, you do want to keep that Smolder safe as possible, let the Smolder scale. But I do think there's a lot of room for Adam to just solo lane against the Smolders and the Karma, especially if you have distance and you have some items under your belt. Allows Loot Avocado to go for some roams on that Braum and put some pressure on other lanes. So we're going to see if that's what GCC ends up doing or not. Overall, I personally think the Monkeys Night City comp is kind of scary to deal with, and I would probably favor them as long as they don't just like turbo in the first couple minutes, right? They don't necessarily have a lot of winning lanes, but as long as they don't die too much and stay kind of even CS, once you get those items, once you get those stacks, it's not going to be a great time. What do you think looking at these two teams?
I'm pretty much completely with you. The one thing that might be swaying my opinion is I think that this is a really good Braum game. Not into the backline. I think that Braum against Karma, Smolder, Victor is basically unplayable. But you've got Belveth Urgot, great auto attackers, plus the Siva.
Yes.
I'm worried that the front line from Monkeys isn't going to be able to do a whole lot in these team fights without, like, they're stun, ulted, slowed. And the Braum shield can block a lot of what Monkeys are doing from range as well. Again, it's one of those things where it's a execution pick where I can say all that, but GCC have to take really smart team fights and well-executed team fights. So it's a coin toss for the Braum, but the one thing about, I mean, any game, but lower elos in general, is that scaling tends to do better. Not full scaling, like you literally can't play the game. We just saw what happens when Monkeys get an early game comp and just win. But because if you make any mistakes, the scaling comp is infinitely more valuable than you. Even if you're even against Smolder, against Victor at 15 to 20 minutes, you're not happy about that. You feel like you've, you know, made mistakes or haven't played it as well as you could have.
Definitely. Yeah, it's you know, I will say too, the late game on GCC side, it might not outscale Monkeys Night City, but they have really great wave clear, right, between the Sivir and the Nivea. So if they are being sieged, they could clear out those waves pretty well. The real problem is if you're in that position, especially late game, how do you kill the enemy champs is the other problem you have. But maybe if they miss position a bit, you get a few picks, you can might be just end the game right there on an ace if it comes down to it, if you have a lot of items and, you know, death timers are kind of long. But so I do think that even if GCC isn't super far ahead and they fall a little behind, they could still potentially, you know, clear out some of the waves, stall out the game a little bit, and just find some really good team fights. But, you know, there's a lot more room for error on Monkey's Night City late game, though, at that point in time, too. I mean, Dr. Mundo, Trundle, with some Karma Shields, like, those guys are just going to be running at your throats. So we're going to see how that goes. But here we go. Game number 2. Going to be GCC Street Fighters versus Monkey's Night City. Monkey's Night City up a game already in this best of 5. As you see, they are positioned in this tri-bush for a potential gank, but I don't think it's going to be the case here. GCC going to play a little bit safe, just going to split out across the map.
I want to touch back on what you were talking about with the wave clear. I think you're absolutely correct. And I want to add on top of that by saying having a team comp that stops the enemy team from progressing the game is really valuable, or can be really valuable, when Monkeys maybe get a foot in the game to stop any kind of push forward going. You know, you can't take any towers, you can't get mid prior, bot prior, top prior for objectives. You're constantly at a stalemate in the game, and it gives time for your carries to catch back up. Maybe that'll come in play here. Hopefully there's no early kills onto Smolder as there was last game, the first blood onto Grim. Very different look for Grim, and a very different look for Kui Adam too. Because the wave is crashing.
All right, and damage is going to start coming through a little bit here. A little bit harassed back and forth from both bot laners. Nothing too crazy. Grim looking to play pretty aggressively so far. Truco's getting a little stun on Giraffe Rider, but it's going to be there as we get a little split screen action here. See how it goes. Looks like both junglers just working on their Krugs. Nothing too aggressive for time being. I mean, I think for this game, Monkey's Night City is okay playing a little bit slower than last game. And you can see it too. I mean, they're getting chunked out in this bot lane already, which is pretty good. You know, I mean, especially with the engaged support there instead of the range support on the Braum. But Adam and the Sivir doing a good chunk of damage in this early spot here. Maybe playing a little too aggressive on the side of Monkey Night City on this Smolder.
The crucial aspect of this sequence, though, is that the jungle pathing is completely different. You've got Glada pathing away from the lane that might need help. I mean, maybe in their minds, Monkeys have decided Wheeze is the one who needs help the most, but Busy. Very obvious where GCC's sights are. It's on this bot lane, the bot scuttle in general, trying to push out, maybe find a gank early. I mean, it's doable with Braum, although Ignite was used earlier to find an HP trade. Trundle's in mid. They're dropping some camps for some mid prior, but it doesn't look like this in Nivea's Hellfire. Oh, yes, it is!
Grim gets stunned up. That's going to be first blood going over to the side of Adam and GCC Street Fighters. Another kill actually happened on the mid lane there, as looks like Trucos gets killed by Glada and the Victor. But the push is going to keep going a little bit. I don't think he can really tower dive this, as we're going to take a quick look at the replay at what happened in the mid side, as we see what's going on live as well in the bottom right corner. Glada going to just
I got baited
slow
by the
up
passive.
Trucos.
I checked the health bars here, and I was like, he's not dying. And then he just fully 100 to 0 died, and I didn't realize he was in passive. But finding a good kill.
Slop in trouble. Gets the flash away. Oh, Wee's going to go down to the turret. Slop is going to pick up that kill. Definitely very valuable for Slop there. A failed dive and a kill going over to this Urgot is going to be quite good for the side of GCC Street Fighters, and they're ahead early for now, but the Spites are not stopping. Luda Avocado going for more, trying to stun up the Fallen Warriors. Not going to be the case, as Grim is there to back up their support. But things are looking a little bit better on to GCC Street Fighters in this early game as well. And that failed dive early on for Slop's Urgot is going to be quite nice. Not going to be really behind in this top lane, which is definitely going to be a good sign into a Mundo.
It's an unconvincing game so far from both teams. You know, Chukels has flash, dies to the Trundle gank, then up in top, obviously, the failed dive. But down in bot, as it needs to be, the solid rock has been this bot lane, and mostly this Braum, providing a lot of the pressure along with the clear from Siva. Developing quite a big CS lead, and that's going to need to continue growing and changing into something other than a CS number and letting Smolder stack under tower. It needs to be dragons, it needs to be ganks, but up in top of gank,
D1 busy, trying to make some work happen here as Wee's going to pick up the passive. Is able to get out quite comfortably for the time being. Has a lot of little natural heals as well there too. So nothing too picked up there, but the wave is going pushing over to Slop, going to help him out a bit. CS is actually more in favor of Weez for the time being though. Adam caught by themselves right now. The spell shield is going to negate the damage and the slow, but Glada is here. They are going to spot this though with that ward. Let's see what Adam's going to do. Adam posturing pretty forward here though with knowledge that the Trundle is in the area. But Trundle looks like just going to position for this Drake instead.
when you're happy to have the Braum by your side there, it means you can be fairly safe around the Trundle, and both summoners still available for Adam. But I was talking about converting some Siva pressure into something. So far, this is Monkey's picking up the Drake, which is a big deal. It's a ton of time for Smolder to scale, and it's Infernal Drake. It's a % APAD, but busy in the area.
Oh,
Finds a steal!
Gets the seals. The smite left it at 6 HP. Feast of Warfare, though, does go over to the side of GCC Street Fighters. And so things are going really well for them so far, too. I mean, thank you for the leash is what D1 Busy saying to Glada there. Smite just slightly off. And, you know, we had this Belveth as the 5th and final pick of the, you know, in a way, maybe even a counter pick here, too. And it is paying off ahead quite a bit on CS. Also gets the Smite Seal. I will say, too, even though the first game didn't go so well for GCC Street Fighters, Glada was doing a lot of work on that Gwen and had a couple Smite Seals as well, as there's going to be another one here, too. It's 6 HP. So unfortunate for Glada. And then Glada, unfortunately, goes down right after as well. So not getting too much value at all there. True goes for Crystallize, forcing the flash from Fallen as well, too.
Yeah, never mind. Siva had enough pressure up. They got the Drake. I don't know what else happened. I didn't, you know. we're not going to talk about any of that, but...
Oh. Grim is kind of in trouble. The Ignite comes through. Here comes the Pillar, though, to slow up Adam, but there's just not enough reinforcements to go after the Sivir, and it looks like Street Fighters, they know as well. They're like, you know what? We could just keep pushing and grab maybe a plate. No, not going to be it just quite yet, but they're going to just throw... The Ricochets are just cleaning up these waves so quickly as well. They're just crashing waves into the spot lane as well, denying CS, denying experience, and getting plate gold on top of it as well. Things are looking really good for the spot lane for Street Fighters.
Yeah, very different look. Like, I mean, it's very obvious that I had criticisms of Adam last game, and not necessarily his fault. As hold on, Glada pathing down to bot. Adam does have summoners and ult, so I think he's most likely safe here, but forced to flash.
Oh, Adam in trouble. Here comes Mom, and here comes the shutdown going over to Grim. Grim definitely needs that to get back into this game a bit here. Now has a chance to stack up for that Smolder as well. So a great gank over and pick up there too. Just finding the perfect window when Loot Avocado was spacing there and just picking up some vision as well. D1 busy though, going to pick up, looks like every one of these grubs. So objective control is heavily in favor of GCC Street Fighters for time being. Gold differential just a little under 2k as well. So things are still looking good, but the shutdown onto the Sivir is quite nice. Wait, hold on. Loot Avocado stole that blue buff.
Boy. It's one of those games apparently. Steals everywhere. Oh no, but I mean, the worst part about that gank in bot is, I mean, I call it, Adam has both summoners and ult. Surely he lives. He uses all three and still dies. So it's not just a shutdown. Now he's super vulnerable. Loot Avocado is forced to stay with. Do a trade up.
Maximum Roach is coming through from Weezy. We get the flash forward, and the Fear Beyond Death. Slop is on a killing spree. I didn't even notice that Slop had 2 kills earlier, but that's a 3-0 Urgot into a 0-3 Dr. Mundo. That's definitely what you want, though, to slow down this Mundo. Chuko's kind of playing around with very little health bars, not much mana as well here too. Oh, here comes the flank though. D1 Busy is here. True Ghost is forced to flash. The pillar is there, but the Glacial Storm is going to slow up things a bit. Giraffe Rider picks up the kill on the D1 Busy though. I don't love this fight from GCC Street Fighters. True Ghost going to try to teleport out, but doesn't. Oh, wait, gets the teleport out even in egg form. That's pretty clutch.
Yeah, what? I have literally never seen that interaction in my life. I had no idea you could do that.
I wasn't
He's
sure
like,
if it was going to work or not, but
calculated.
yeah.
That doesn't count as an interrupt? Like, how?
I mean, I guess you're not really dead if you're just an egg, but that's yeah, that's a fun one here too. Well, Chukos obviously knows the champion better than us here, as yeah, that's a fun one. It looked like the teleport was going slower to be in egg 4. I don't know if that's just in my head or not, but that's kind of a fun one there too. I didn't like the fight though from GCC going for that fight.
Yeah.
But at least you know, it was only just a 1-for-0 trade there. Okay, the slow teleports because it was not the evolved one, so maybe I was just overthinking because of the egg form, but that makes a lot more sense
I think it
there.
looks funny. Like,
It did look a little funny.
How
right?
often do
Yeah.
you see that? But yeah, like you're using your mid laner, like the fact that they've got passive as bait, but you don't really win that anyway. So it ends up being flash out of Anivia, traded by Glada. Busy flash as well. And it should have been 2 kills, but Riot decided that it was only going to be 1.
Oh, we get a shutdown in this top lane there too. We'll probably get a replay on that one. It looks like Glada went for the gank here to, you know, help buy some space for Slop. But because of that though, it looks like second Drake is going over to the side of GCC Street Fighters. That's going to be Feast of Strength, I believe, going forward with them too if they get this pickup. But let's take a quick look at this replay here as, oh, wait, what? Hold on. Karma stole that Drake. That's kind of crazy. We'll take a look at that later. But Slop going in for the fight against Wheeze. Health bars are pretty low on Slop at this point in time too, and we're going to fast forward this a little bit as here comes Glada backing in a precarious position for Slop and just not able to get out of that one. And the shutdown going for Dr. Mundo is quite nice here. But yeah, I just looked in the corner of my screen here too. It looked like it was the Karma with the steal. What is going on? The Karma steals the Drake. The Braum stole the blue buff. None of them are running unsealed spell, but guys, these aren't smites. These are just supports doing things that supports aren't supposed to be doing.
Yeah, when it's one of those games, okay. Grim just dies. He has barrier, decides not to use it. He doesn't need his life. Glada over here to help.
All right,
maybe take
the pillar is going to
back.
come through, but Ludo Avocado going to get to safety for now. And man, just when I said, you know, Streets of Warfare is going over to the side of GC Street Fighters, that's not the case as we get the deny from the Karma to extend this a little bit. But they're going to have to pick up the next 2 objectives and that first turret to have a chance.
It's a contentious game. And, you know, where are you finding your wins here? Prior in most of the map for Glada. I think that Grim has done a pretty decent job outside of that one death there at the bot side. So if you ignore that one, I think he's played pretty decently so far on keeping his CS within touching distance. Haven't had a chance to look at his stacks, so have to do them the next time we tune in with a small dart. Hang on. And we need a left click on the small dot to check his stats.
Ooh, okay. We get the Sivir ultimate coming through as well, and they are going to be speeding up here. Fallen Warriors is stunned up. Here comes Mamba. It's going to be blocked from Loot Avocado. Glacial Fisher, unfortunately, does not land, but the stun still comes through, and we're going to get another kill going over to Adam. Glada is here, though, and Glada, actually, Adam goes down to the turret shot, so Grim actually picks up a kill back over now. Ludo Avocado does not want this 1v1 skirmish here. The smite to slow down Ludo Avocado, not going to be able to pick up the kill, though, over there. So good rotation from Glada, and just maybe a little bit too far position on that Sivir. So a kill does go over to that Smolder. Smolder is down quite a bit of CS, but nothing too crazy. And, of course, you can always outscale later. D1 Busy going for Dr. Mundo, which is not the easiest champion to kill.
Yeah, you say that Adam overextended under tower, which is correct. And then I look at his summoners, and he's got both of them. So he just decides again.
Saving for game 3, you know?
Yeah. He needs it for something else. Lisana Gaib, he can see the future. He knows that he needs flash and barrier for something else. But yeah, look, it's a pretty pretty crazy game. Everything's going wrong. Everything's going right. Who knows? It's pretty even, though. That's the good thing for both these teams. The gold lead for the Sivir, despite that mishap and slop, takes the tower for free, but here comes
That's going to be
Glada.
Streets Defense. Yeah, Feats of Strength going over to the side of GCC Street Fighters and going to pick up the 1v1 kill. Glada is here, though. Slop is going to try to get out as soon as possible. Pillar does land. There's a 3-level advantage on this Urgot, though.
Down.
Yeah, and we get the TP coming over now, too. It's going to be Trucos on this Anivia going for some support here onto his top laner. I don't know if it's fully worth it. It looked like Glada wasn't really committing at that point in time, too. Wait, Truco's about to walk into a trap here, and now going to be slowed up a little bit here. The pillar comes through. Truco's going to have to get out to safety for the time being. I don't know if the passive is up. Probably up by now, but Slop not at full health at this point in time, too. D1 Busy is in the area. Glada gets exhausted. Going to get knocked up a bit here, too. And he's going to get to safety. Oh, Slop, though, getting engaged on. Going to try to get out here, too. Wheeze trying to slow him down a bit. I flash forward. Going to be chomped a bit. But Slop can get out to safety. D1 Busy just face checking a little bit here as well. I mean, had vision, but maybe didn't expect all 3 members to be right in that tri-bush. As this Rift Herald is going to be starting to get worked on here. And I think GCC Street Fighter is going to give this one up for now, as Grim on the Smolder in absolute trouble. A fantastic Braum shield as well, going to deny the ultimate yet again from Grim. I think Grim was going to die either way, but that's just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, this Sivir, completely unanswerable. Script just completely flipped from last game, where Adam was in an awful position, couldn't really do anything. Now Grim in a very similar position. I mean, at least he has kills. Last game, Adam didn't have a single kill. And he got his first item before 16 minutes. So there's that, but you're still a Smolder. Eventually, you're going to hit 225. True calls.
We would hope so. Otherwise, it could be a quick game. Glacial Storm, a lot of slows going back and forth to the Trundle and the Anivia Trucles. 94 stacks, though, in that 17-minute mark. Maybe not the fastest at times, but once you hit that 125, it's going to be a little bit faster stack here, too. It might end up being 25-plus minute game for that 225. D1 Busy going for Fallen Warriors on this Karma, but D1 Busy is pretty low at this point, too. Gladys here, forced to flash out, but Grim is going to pick up the kill. That's going to help speed up the Smolder a bit here. Arcane Storm is lurking around in the area, is going to fizzle out for the time being. So just going to be one pickup onto D1 Busy, but D1 Busy maybe a little overextended there in the enemy jungle. Did not have vision on the, side of Monkey Knight City, and does give over a kill to Grim, which is not the champion you want to give gold over to.
109 at 17 minutes, though, is pretty criminal. That's really far behind in terms of stacks when I watched Trovy, the best CSer in the world, I should say, have over, like 10 per minute. So he's got 225 at like 20 to 22 minutes. It's going to be a long time before Grim is in anywhere, shape, or form ready to carry this game. And Adam is in a prime spot to do that, because you're not worried about the Victor yet. You're really not worried about Grim. All you really have to deal with is the Mundo and the Trundle, which I said before, Braum, Sivir, Belveth, Urgot deal with really, really well. Adam.
Adam did pop the ultimates. Oh, Loot Avocado, though. I mean, hey, these supports this game, they're trying to just be the heroes themselves. But I think Loot Avocado bit off a little more than he can chew. And that's a Braum going into a 1v4 fight. Not going to be good, even if Glada didn't have a lot of health bar there. So did not love that one from Loot Avocado. But I think, GCC just wants to make this game a little bit more interesting. Oh, we hit the 125 stacks, though.
Nice. We're getting there. We're getting there. Still need another 100 before it's, relatively scary. But it will give Smolder much better clear now with the bounce off the back. I have no idea what Lude Avocado is doing. Like, maybe he DC'd. Like, I cannot come up with, like, I don't know.
I think it's a showdown between the supports, you know? Loot Avocado steals a blue buff, Fallen Warrior steals a
Heavy.
Drake. The next best thing you could do is just 1v4 a fight, right? As a support. But, you know,
That was
slight
like pure
miscalculation
ego.
there.
Fallen Warriors, like, he's completely checked out now. He has to come back and do something crazy. But, I mean, being serious, GCC have full control over the map at this point, like especially with Siva pushing in every wave. You're talking about the clear for this team, but you know what happens when it's flipped, when they're in the lead? Well, now you can't do anything. You're constantly down pressure. Smolder is constantly catching waves, and Victor, someone who's pretty decent at pushing waves, is not able to because he's always having to cover for the fight. Ludov kind of finds Glada.
All right, the pillar does come through. Here comes Mom, but it is going to be shielded off from the Braum. Fantastic Glacial Fisher as well. Going to knock up a few members here. But Grim does pick up the first kill onto Slop. That's going to be fantastic as they're turning things around here. Here comes the TP. It's going to be Truco, so running into a Dr. Mundo. Wee's just frontlining as much as possible. But the health bars on the side of Monkey Knight City is quite low at this point too. And the ricochets from Adam are just
my god,
everyone. Triple kill for this Sivir. Glad it goes down to Trucos as well. That's a 4-for-1 trade. I'll take that any day if I'm GCC Street Fighters. And man, I mean, this is the game that Adam was waiting for as well. The Sivir in those, you know, tough corridors, grouped up there. That is Sivir's place to play, and was just pretty much untouched as well. Glad, very determined to clear out some division here. Things look pretty good, actually, for Monkey Knight City to start things off, right? They get the pick off onto Urgot, which is quite nice because pretty thick front line, and actually kills him before the Fear Beyond Death kills Gladder, which is actually huge for the side of Monkey Knight City. But then here comes Adam. Adam shows up. The TP from Truco as well, even more front line. You just can't get past Loot Avocado. You know, the shield is there, and just by so much spacing, Loot Avocado doesn't even die in this fight, which is just absolutely crazy. I think definitely made up for his past trepidations on the one before there, buying so much space for his team.
It's basically what I was talking about on the draft, where Sivir can't really harass Victor at all, and later on can't really harass the Smolder or the Karma, obviously, but Braum can just put up shield in front of Adam, and Adam just presses right click basically and kites. There's nothing you can do as Wheeze. Once anti-heal has been built by Adam 2, which is unfortunately not this item, which I feel like is, like, I would have liked Mortal Reminder here. I think that it's warranted this game and feels pretty good right now, but I want to go Infinity Edge. You're 3 items Sivir. You're still really, really strong. Maybe Weeze is in a position where it's not enough, but
Glada caught in a tough position as well, too. The Fear Beyond Death actually completely misses Glada, but still gets the kill for Slop. I think Slop burned a flash for that kill, though. Now Slop is in trouble as going the opposite direction that he should be going, as Grim is going to call Mom. Mom's not going to land here. This is going to just be a very slow death. It does go over to the side of Wheeze, so a 1-for-1 trade, but a lot was expended from Slop in that process, right? Spent the ultimate, spent the flash as well. We do get the Drake going over to GCC Street Fighters. They're on Soul Point now. This is going to be Ocean Soul too, so you definitely don't want that onto a team with Dr. Mundo and Trundo. And things are looking still pretty good for GCC, but maybe slightly out of position here. 163 is the stacks. Looks like it might be a 30-minute stat 225 game, but you know what? 225 still 225. 169 is actually going to be the updated stacks.
You're talking about the Ocean Soul and how much value champions like Mundo, Trundle get out of that, but how, like, the fights have been really long, and Sivir is constantly right-clicking, right? The Ocean Soul benefits Adam just as much in this game, if not more, because of how ahead Adam is. It's just so much sustain, and any one-shot potential that you had or quick burst is negated by the Braum, first of all, and then second of all, this Ocean Soul potential in 4 minutes time. And this is very similar to last game, obviously flipped, but this game, Grim has 2 items. Last game we were talking about the Corki against Infernal Soul, and he had basically no damage. There is a decent amount of damage for Grim, and in 3.5 minutes, there's still potential for him to finish his stacks by them if he's really on top of it. You might need a 5 for that to happen, though. A bit of extra stacking, so maybe it happens in the middle of the fight. But I think Grim is in a much better spot than Adam was last game in terms of this soul fight. But I really don't see an answer to Adam right here. You can't get past the Braum. No one can poke them out really because of how fast they do the objective. There's so much CC with Anivia, Braum. Ludanakar potentially caught out, but he's just able to walk away. There's no threat on this Braum, and instead Adam just walking forward.
Taking a lot of damage from the side of Monkey Knight City here too. D1 Busy completely out of position, almost goes down, is going to limp away to safety for now, but the mom does pick up the kill onto the Belveth. Things are turning around a little bit here, but the Sivir is still around and still could do quite a bit of damage. You have the numbers though on the side of Monkey Knight City. That's going to be the pickup they want there too. D1 Busy maybe getting a little too confident in that engage here. I mean, we saw how this fight lasted last time in this tight position. Let's see if they could repeat it or not on the side of GCC. And Weez going to have to pop the maximum dosage to get to safety for now. Does have that 2-item spike with the Heartsteel and the Warmog. So this Dr. Mudo is going to start coming online soon. It's going to start stacking. Looking for some skirmishes to build up that Heartsteel. But yeah, I don't know. D1 Busy, I think, played a great game last game despite losing, but this one being ahead, D1 Busy's kind of been in a lot of really weird positions in some of these fights, particularly in this red side jungle on Monkey Knight City.
We're getting close. I could definitely see a world in which Grim hits 225 before this next Drake, but yeah, I agree. I think that Busy's had a questionable game. He's made some big mistakes, and not big enough because they weren't at crucial times. Both teams, like 2.5 minutes away from Dragon, just handshake deal, let's fight to the death. Busy goes in first, and then everyone gets like war flashbacks from that fight, and Adam killing everybody, and then they decide that it's probably not worth to throw your life away like 10 seconds before Baron spawns. So the fight ends up fizzling out, but yeah, Busy. I mean, it's a hard, like, I'm not convinced by the Belveth into Trundle just in general. Like, I don't really, I understand the idea, like, she's just got a bunch of dashes and a knock-up, like, surely she can get away from the Trundle. I feel like it's not enough. Like, it's not a Jarvan, which was banned, which has been historically a great pick into the Trundle. The most, like, neutralizing pick you can go. Great ban from Monkeys. I think the Glide is still in a position to do some work, but it needs... I think it's definitely going to be there. 10 more stacks, 2 waves, or 1 and a couple of pokes. Grim will have his stacks for this Drake. Ooh. Can he do enough 2 levels down? I'm not convinced by that chunk there.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have the execute passive at 225, but you just don't have enough damage to get to that point. And yeah, it looks like Fallen Warriors is going to be called out. A lot of resources spent there, though. The Glacial Fish are probably not even necessary for just a support Karma, but maybe just wants to get the numbers they can and then set up for this Drake. I think they're going to have to give over the Ocean Soul at this point, too. They just don't have the positioning at this point in time. Chukos is also split pushing as well on that top lane. Looks like the rest of Monkey Knight City is actually going to go and contest Chukos instead on this Anivia, knowing that they just can't fight for this Drake in time. I mean, if they die here, it could be a lot of value going over to the side of GCC Street Fighters. So we'll see how that goes. TP comes through from Slop as well. They're looking for something here. They're looking for Weez maybe, but Weez, again, not the easiest to kill. Maximum dosage is going to be popped to get Weez back to full health pretty quickly. Does have the Warmogs as well here, but the siege is coming down on this top side as GCC Street Fighters really wants this Baron. Baron plus Soul. I mean, that was pretty much last game for Monkey Knight City, and it's just so hard to come back from at this point in time. But Monkey Knight City is not nearly as far down in this game compared to how GCC Street Fighters were last game. So it is still doable, but looks like Street Fighters are going to start up onto this Baron. We have really good positioning as well there to kind of fend this off. We'll see how fast he can take it, though. I don't think Monkey Knight City is just going to give this away for free.
Are they able to get in, though, against the Brahmin and Anivia? They're going to try, but Baron's already been taken.
Clara getting chunked out a bit, too. Just has to limp away to safety. I mean, there's just no way you could really fight into this. Even after the Baron, there's still pretty healthy health bars on Street Fighters. And so they are not concerned at all. They'll go for a fight any day, especially with Ocean Soul on their backs as well. We're going to see some crazy damage from Grim, but it's not going to be easy. Honestly, the loot avocado Braum has so much value this game. You know, I mean, we saw on the draft and stuff,
Yeah.
but like I didn't expect it to be this good, but it's quite good. I mean, and again, the one death was really that weird, 1v4 engage
Yeah,
with
I
the
don't know
Braum,
what that
but
was about to
you know,
tell. Still
outside
thinking
of
about it.
that misstep, that slight bit of hubris, I think Loot Avocado's been playing fantastic this game. Just mitigating so much damage for, his entire team and for himself, and then just buying so much space for the carries to just continue dishing out damage.
I think the win con here for Monkeys is Fallen stealing Elder in 4 minutes. I think that's the way we're headed this game. Don't fact check me on that when that doesn't happen. If that's what's in the stars. But I've just been told from production that Wheeze has a lot of HP.
Yeah, we can see
Is it
on the
enough?
screen there almost 5k HP on this Dr. Mundo, which could be pretty good. There is a Leandris onto Nivea, but I think the rest of the damage is pretty strong right now, as we do have the Mortal Reminder being built on the Sivir. Turrets are falling all over the place, so bot lane in mid lane as well. Oh, and it looks like Grim is caught out. Oh my gosh, the ricochets are doing so much damage. They have to get back to the fountain to heal up here, but it looks like this mid inhibitor turret might not go down quite yet. The siege minion is there though to slowly chunk this out. I think Monkey Knight City is going to try to contest this as long as they can, but Slop slip pushing on the spawn lane is causing a lot of issues. That mid turret does go down. Glada caught in a tough position. Really great crystallized wall there to catch Glada, and Fear Beyond Death is going to secure the kill. Slop is going to be the one to pick it up. Mom trying to clear out some of these waves, but these minions are Baron buffed. They're not going down very easily. Neither is the team of GCC Street Fighters. They're knocking on the doors. They're knocking on the Nexus pretty soon. They're looking to end this game, and they don't care if Smolder has 225 stacks. They don't care if this is Dr. Mundo. They want to end this before it goes any further. Can they do it is the question. They're all focusing on the turrets. I think it's going to be it. D1 busy, quite low though. Loot Avocado has to flash out. D1 though going to be the front line for the time being. Slop at full health still, and that's going to be the Nexus, and that's going to be game. GCC Street Fighters even up the series 1-1.
We have a series. It's not a quick 3-0 stomp, as it looked like it might have been after that first game, but a great answer back from Street Fighters here, and a necessary answer. Like, not just to tie the game up, but to show it's not just a roll over and lose set. That there is agency for both teams, there are win conditions for both teams, and so far it just looks like it's Prio. Mostly bot Prio, actually. Bot Prio, top Prio, and that's the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially looking at the comps here again, I think Monkey Knight City, I like where they're going for, right, with the late game scaling. But I think that's a little bit too greedy, right? You got the Dr. Mundo, the Victor, the Smolder, like all needs a lot of late game. And, in the process, just kind of lost a lot of lanes all the way throughout, right? I mean, the Mundo would start out like 0-3, the Smolder was behind. I don't think the Victor was super behind, but the Victor wasn't that far ahead either, right? As you see, like, 1-1 on the Victor compared to the 1-1 on Nivea. And even D1 on the Belveth was pretty far ahead in CS early on as well over the Trundle, so just couldn't get the footing needed for Monkey Knight City to do that one. But like you said, we have a series on our hands. It went from a best of 5 to now just a best of 3 here. One game apiece on both ends, and these drafts are going to start getting interesting as more and more champs are no longer eligible. But yeah, any final thoughts on game number 2?
I think the aim of this set so far, we're talking a little bit about series metas before the game started, is pressure. Pressure, and I think the biggest fault there is there was no engage for Monkeys. So how do you ever kill Sivir? I think, again, like, game 1 had a really great comp. Game 2, their comp was just scaling. Didn't work out.
Yeah. Yeah, there's wasn't not a lot engaged, not a lot of damage either, right? No one could really even
Mm.
one shot, two shot the Sivir. I mean, Sivir also has spell shield, so it just keeps her super safe on top of that. So really
Yeah.
well played by Adam, and again, really well played by Lude Avocado, I would say, to really hold it down for the team. I mean, that Braum was just such a nuisance, was everywhere to just build the advantage for their ADC. So we're gonna take a quick break before we get into game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
that you can be destroyed basically and then come back and basically do everything that we were talking about that you needed to do. Have a completely different game plan and take over the game in your own way. Now,
Yes.
you mentioned before the break, it's a best of 3, but there are 20 champions already taken out. There will be another 10 banned during the game. It's going to become harder and harder for these teams to draft and to find what they want. I mean, it's hard for the best teams in the world. Like, oftentimes, the criticism of Fearless right now is Game 5 of Fearless is often a stomp in pro play. But I mean, with these teams, it's really hard to find not only like a synergistic comp, but champions that you feel confident playing.
Yep, definitely. I mean, and regardless of if we actually get to a game 5 or not, we're going to at least a game 4, and so the pool will still be thinned out quite a bit. That'll be 50 bans, including the actual bans going to game 4 when it comes to it. But we got game 3 that we have to address first and foremost. It looks like GCC Street Fighters are going to be on the blue side this time. So Monkey Knight City opting for red side, going for that counter pick. Street Fighters did a similar tactic last game. They end up counter picking a Belvith jungle, which was kind of interesting. I don't know necessarily if the Belvith was what won them the game, but it panned out well for them at least. So they'll take it there. As we get the Felios ban, I mean, having seen Adam's Aphelios in the past, I completely understand it. So I think we'll see the Aphelios ban in pretty much all these games. The Mel and the Hui ban for Giraffe Rider. Giraffe Rider must have a fantastic mid laners for those mages. So going to get that respect ban every time. We get the Nocturne ban too. J4 going to be banned up again in this series for GCC Street Fighters. So trying to deny some of that lockdown jungle engage. And it's going to be the Kane, the final ban for Monkey Knight City.
Yeah, remaining on the ban list are these junglers, but I'm really surprised at the lack of prioritization towards the virus, especially... Okay. Especially now, is what I was going to say. Where you've got no Aphelios, you've got 4 ADCs banned. Surely we're coming up on a virus prio, right? Correct, apparently. Virus picked up, Ashe traded into it. You can go something like an Ashe or a Jin to try to match the range, but Virus is so versatile, so it makes him so strong. Those different, the 2 different builds mostly that he's going, in past it's been more than 2. But paired with the Milio, I understand it into the Virus because of the group cleanse, but do you need it?
Yeah, I think it's I don't love the Milio, right? And it takes a little bit of aggression off the lane as well. I mean, it's a little bit peel for the Ashe, but it's not, you're not really picking Milio for the best kind of peel. We get the Rakan, though, for Street Fighters, which I like a little bit more. And we get the Viego pickup, too, so some carry jungle action onto Street Fighters. They don't have their front line's not super tanky, but, I mean, neither is Monkey Knight City for the time being. We get the Xin Zhao pickup, though, to count to match the Viego in that head-to-head. So a lot of disengage so far on the side of Monkey Knight City.
Yeah, I don't mind the Xin Zhao into something like a Virus, where Virus is looking to kick you off with the Rakan, and Crescent Guard is going to disallow a lot of that. However, Viego doesn't care. He's in the fray. He's next to you. He doesn't care about Crescent Guard. We look towards some top lane bans. One Syndra ban here, which I'm surprised because I think that Syndra Xin Zhao is a pretty good combo, but I guess Draft Rider, that's one of the mages he must not play, or they're looking for something else here for Monkeys. It could be a top lane early, mid lane counter pick, but I mean, my mind's on Azir because Azir's Xin Zhao is great, but I'm not sure if these guys play Azir because it hasn't been played in the first 2 games where it should have been. It's going to be Talia instead, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Definitely going to slow down some of the movement, especially from the Rakan. Obviously, Varus is not really going to be affected too much from Talia, but just a lot of great utility as well. Good AP damage. Oh, we get the Swain. Swain was banned out in the last 2 games, but it is free now too. So we're going to see Truco to Swain as my guess in this situation. And I mean, that's some Swain in the late game is pretty. Oh, and that's some good front line on top of that too. We get the Scion pickup. Decent one to be picked up blind into that top lane as well. Has a lot of utility in general, and could kind of just ult himself out to safety if need be. And he's going to be met with a Darius. Wow, the games are getting a little bit spicy here too. I mean, I don't even know what to make of this so far, but should be interesting. Should be interesting for sure. I mean, you don't see Swain super often in general. Nor do you see Darius, right? But Swain to Talia, if you get the grabs in the right position, it could be good. But I do like the fact that Talia, doesn't really engage in melee range of Swain, so you're not going to keep proccing that ultimate heal for Swain at least. But the Darius and Xin Zhao, though, they're going to keep that Swain alive for a good chunk of time unless they're super far ahead.
Yeah, and the Scion, something that has been rising in popularity a lot. Shout out Baus. I feel like it's a champion that kind of breaks the meta in a way that it doesn't lose to its counters. Like, I see things like Scion and Camille, and you're like, oh, Camille should just... No. Scion just walks her down, thrashes her all game. Like, it's just not beatable outside of picking something like actually Vayne or, in the top lane, it's really difficult to counter it, and oftentimes pro teams have just started going towards something like a Shogath, where, okay, you get the execute, but just playing on the tank.
Right,
and trying to match the wave there. The most common counter to the Scion that I've seen is Mbessa, because of the inbuilt pan in her ult passive and the Q both hits doing max health damage.
Yes.
So that's something that teams are going towards, but Wee's feeling confident on Darius. Have to see if he can make it work.
Yeah, he did have that counter pick as well too, so it's he's in the position he wants to be in, right? If it doesn't go well, it's going to be on him. But unless there's going to be a lot of top prio, yeah. But I agree with you. I think Mbessa could have been good. Gwen already used up, right? So it couldn't go that route. But overall, I mean,
for the tank, really.
Yeah. What are you thinking in terms of these drafts? Who are you favoring? Just looking at team comps alone.
I feel like Monkey's comp has, like, if you squint or have a microscope and look at parts of it, it's like really good. Oh, they have Xin Zhao, Talia. They have Ashe with Talia, right? Like the double global, or pseudo, right? Ashe ult Salon, Talia's going there too. Xin Zhao early brawl, can gank Darius, and then you zoom out and it's like, but there's Emilio. There's still not really any engage for Monkeys. And then on GCC, it's like, how does Swain die? Varus has infinite value. Even though the Xin Zhao was picked up, I think you can go either build, really. Whether you want to play a bit more for lane and go the poke build with a Comet, or you can go a little bit less in lane, probably lose Prio because it's range support, right, with Emilio, and go on hit, which is much better against Xin Zhao and Darius. But you've got great scaling in the Scion, pretty good scaling in the Viego. I'm a GCC fan for this comp. I think it's really nice.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, it's going to be really hard to get to that Varus. I think that's the really tough part, right? So that's just damage being unleashed constantly, and you have so many other things you have to worry about, right? The Swain is going to be a problem in your face. Viego as well, the resets, and then you got a Scion just running at you or just buying so much space. I do think that if Monkeys Night City gets ahead early, then things can go really well for them, but they got to get really ahead early to start, easily killing the Scion and the Swain, and I just don't know if they have. Well, we'll see. We'll see how they play the early game, but I feel like their window of opportunity to really snowball is a little bit on the shorter end.
It is going to be that poke Varus with the Comet indicating that, unless it's a very rare case of going Comet in lane, help your lane, and then you build on hit a bit later, where maybe that's a situation you want to do that, but I think it's most likely going to be poke Varus, and I can see it. You don't want to get in melee range of Darius, but speaking of the Darius...
forced the flash. Chukos did go for the flash, never move, but great reaction from Whis to avoid that as well. So top lane and mid lane flash going to be burned here. Whis actually going for the flash ghost combination instead of teleport ghost, so does have a lot of mobility options on this Darius. But Chukos down a flash is not going to be great for Swain. Swain's not particularly strong early game, especially pre-level 6, so can definitely be susceptible to some early ganks from that Xin Zhao.
And you're never upset about having a flash for a seismic shove you didn't get to dodge. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that I'm not too sure if that actually favors Chukles, or even if you're able to get a kill, I mean, Darius is going to have prio for the first few levels regardless, just because of his passive. Like, that's just kind of how the champion works. And it's one of those champions where if you don't start building like a small to medium, hopefully for GCC, CS lead, your champion is just completely useless. And, sorry, Viego knows it. He's trying to shut down Darius early.
Wait, the ghost has already been popped from Wheeze as well. Slop pops the flash, but Wheeze is level 2 and Slop is only level 1. However, you still have to pass to deal with the Scion. Wheeze is pretty low, but Wheeze actually goes down. First blood going over to D1, and things are getting worse now as you get the reset here. But health bars are still on the lower side. Glada goes for the flash in, re-engages, takes down Slop, goes for a double kill, but the double kill is actually going over to D1 instead. Big value going over to the side of GCC, and on top of that, this Scion could just TP back into lane, so won't really miss out on any CS. Fantastic start for them. 2 kills for D1's. Viego, not going to be a fun time, because scaling Viego is not going to be fun to deal with either.
Yeah, out of the two of them, Viego getting the gold is the... Like, it's just infinitely worse for Monkeys. Viego does so well with gold. And to be fair, Glada did get a kill of his own, so the gold deficit isn't going to be too bad. And Wheeze didn't actually go down any CS because Slop was losing farm as the fight was going on.
Yeah.
Wheeze died earlier and is able to run back to lane, so the CS is relatively even. A very nice level up on that minion under tower in the top side, but Chukles is feeling confident.
Chukles getting chewed up a little bit by the minions themselves. Draft Rider doesn't have much mana left, but it has good wave state here for Chukles to kind of has to respect this a bit in this current time. But we'll see. Rest of the lanes looking okay for the most part. Slight CS lead for this Ashe, but bot lane on the slightly more quiet side for now. Chukles, though, not getting punished for not having flash quite yet, so that's going to be good. Because once he gets that back up, the swing's going to get harder and harder to kill.
You can already see Wheeze playing the way that he wants to levy his advantage in this lane, where you're not really solo killing the Scion outside of a big mistake from Slop, so pushes the wave fast, tries to roam. I think he's secured the scuttle by himself, so finding advantages here and there, but I mean, you can see even already in the 1v1, if it's not perfect from Wheeze, Scion does so much damage, is so tanky, and with the passive. Oh, what happened there?
All right, Grim getting stunned up just a bit for now. D1 Busy is there as well. Grim trying to run to safety, and we see even the Swain Vision of Empire is going to go being thrown towards that area to slow down Grim. Grim does make it out though alive, but probably going to lose a lot of minions here as they're about to crash into this turret. Sideways shove, it lands onto Chukles. Chukles in trouble here as Xin Zhao is closing the gap there, and Chukles does go down. The kill goes over to Glada, and they are able to punish the Swain before that flash came up in time. But a lot of value going over to Adam in this bot lane. And Adam and Lute Avocado kind of ran the show in game number 2. And you do not want these two to be too far ahead yet again in game number 3.
Just pointed out, the no flash in mid gets punished. We have a look back here. Really nice from Giraffe. Finds a beautiful shove just on the line. That's a bit of a Rajot moment. But onto the rocks. Glada's around the corner, no flash, Chukles, and it's a pretty easy cleanup once all that has happened. But yeah, again, Adam, you pointed it out, farming some plates for free. The CS is pretty even, which feels nice for Monkeys, but Ashe is one of those champions where the damage is not what you're building for, it's for the utility. So eventually, Adam is just going to do more damage based on build, based on champion design. Seconds have started up. Chukles is in the area. I don't know if he's allowed in here. Grim has rotated up from bot lane, and that'll be first Drake over to Monkeys. I think that you, as Monkeys, need to be aware of the fact that late game, you just lose. Like, I think it's pretty crazy how outscaled Monkeys get. Talia, decent. Milio is an enchanter, like, with items is fine, but you're playing with an Ashe, not a late game hyper carry ADC, nice dodge
Yeah.
Jugles. But on the other side, you've got Sion with infinite health. Who kills Sion this game?
I mean,
Speaking of
not
the
only the
Diego,
Scion, but also the Swain, right? The health stacking champs
Oh,
on
yeah.
the side of GCC is going to be pretty scary. And like you said, I mean, this is an Ashe. I mean, Ashe in the right situation can dish out some damage, but this is not something that's going to shred a bunch of tanks very easily. And you're not the most mobile as well. So I have to agree with you, right? I think late game, the later this goes on, it's not going to be great, and Darius will not be able to kill Swain and Sion very easily at that point in time too. And the real question is, how do you get to Adam's Varus, right? There's so much space that they could buy for Adam's Varus in this game. And I do like, I forgot if I mentioned this earlier, but I do like the fact that Varus is going this lethality build, this poke Varus, because there's not really there's no true tanks on the side of Monkey Knight City, right? Yeah, Darius and Xin Zhao might have decent health bars, but it won't be too hard. Ooh, the flash away from the Chain of Corruption. That's going to be pretty big, getting that flash from Grimm's Ashe. So now Grimm is going to be in a slightly tough position, down a bit of CS already, but all summoners still up for Adam is going to make this laning a little bit better here, as so much poke is coming through from these piercing arrows as well, and just having, the spot lane is heavily favored for Street Fighters in this game yet again.
The reason I sounded so confused there is I didn't even check the summoners for the bot lane, like individually, the both bot lanes. Like, in my opinion, it should be cleanse for both of them. Maybe not, like, you could make an argument that Adam is not going to get arrowed, although he does get arrowed right there to stop the base, but like, Grimm not having cleanse just because he has a Milio against Rakan, Varus, Swain, Viego, like every champion on enemy team has a stun that you can cleanse. Why do you have barrier? Are you standing there against like Viego, Sion and hitting? Probably not. Like, I feel like you need cleanse. It's really valuable this game. Instead, forced to flash. Busy on this red buff looking for a steal.
All right, and the Seismic Shove is going to land for now. The Unravel Earth also going to slow things down a bit, as Feast of Warfare does go over the side of Monkey Knight City. It's going to be Wheeze on the Darius going to pick up that one. Weaver's Wall is going to cut everything off here. Going to be a double kill now. Viego goes down. Trucos has ascended in his demonic form, but can you do enough? Does take out Wheeze before going down himself. So a little bit slight positive for the side of GC Street Fighters, but overall still an awful trade for them, as they lose the Feats of Warfare. The Viego goes down as well there too. I'm not sure if there's a shutdown or not, but just a lot of gold going over to the side of Monkey Knight City, as they still have just a 1k gold lead for the time being. I think a lot of the gold differential is probably on this bot lane, but even then, not too much. I will say Grimm doing a good job of just keeping up in CS, and I agree with you, right? No cleanse, probably a little bit grief, but has not given over any kills for now. Change of Corruption, not going to land. Piercing Arrow does land, but this is Poke Varus, so not a lot of damage after that Piercing Arrow for the time being. And Grimm just going to chase down a bit. Arrow does land onto Loot Avocado. Not the target they're looking for, though. And I think both are just going to go back to farming. But Adam chunked down quite a bit here, as the damage is going to continue raining forward. So I'd say overall, though, and Grimm's still playing it well, but I agree. I mean, barrier probably not so necessary. I mean, this is also Poke Varus, right? They're not going to auto you to death. So if you dodge the arrow, you're fine. If you don't, you still get hit either way. Chukos does get hit with the Seismic Shove. In trouble yet again. The ultimate is not up just quite yet, but the fight's going to continue through. D1 Busy does get Seismic Shove. Never Move does slow down the death of D1 Busy, but just not enough. And Truco's in a tough position. Going to try to greed for a minion, but you got to be kind of careful if you're the Swain.
And no flash again on Shukals. Luckily, he gets away with his life. Says himself that his jungler isn't so happy with that outcome of that play. Good call.
Going for the aggressive. The flash away, though, from Giraffe Rider, and does pick up the kill there, too. I mean, it's a tough one, I think if you execute it perfectly on the swing, maybe get the kill, but it's a little bit greedy, and all in the sake of just not losing all the minions in that wave. But you end up giving a kill over to Talia. Now Giraffe Rider 3-0-3 on Talia. Talia getting kind of big here. Fallen Warrior is going to be called out a bit. D1 Busy does pick up the kill onto the Melio. Maybe would have been better on to Grimm, but they'll take a kill wherever they can. And now there's going to be a lot of pressure going into this turret yet again for Grim. Grim just going to pick up the CS under turret for now. Health bar kind of low, though. We see Glad in the area.
No flash. Caught.
Oh, Chains of Crushing lands. Oh, but the arrow at the same time picks up Adam, and the turret, I believe, is what finished it off. That's absolutely huge there, as we see a kill going over to Slop on that top side as well at the same time. Wheeze goes down, but yeah, that was quite the exchange between the two ADCs.
Yeah, it's anything but clean from both of these teams so far. Yep, mechanical misplays on both sides. Dragon is getting started up. It's the second Dragon of the game.
Oh,
Trickles
the
is
Sway
ulting.
ultimate has come through. Never Move also lands onto Emilio for now. Fallen Warrior is in a tough position. Still alive for the time being. Gets out of there. Grim going aggressive with this Ashe, though. Tries to find the opening needed. Giraffe Rider is pretty big on Celia. Truco still alive, though. Healing up, but does finally go down to Giraffe Rider as this Drake looks like it is going to go over to the side of Monkey Knight City. But why Adam... Oh, I was going to say, could have thrown an arrow, but doesn't have vision for it, and is not going to be able to steal the Drake there. Kind of a messy fight back and forth there, but overall, better trade for Monkey Knight City.
Having a look back at this bot play here, Adam really chunked out, just taking these W's to the face over and over again. And as we are quite a while away here, nice little kill on the other side of the map here. But, I mean, look at Adam's health. Nice try for the engage. Mid avocado. They stay to catch this wave as their jungler is making a rotation down. We'll see Fallen Warriors get caught here, going for a ward. Happens, you know, Enchanter support. Sometimes you just gotta take the death. Oh, I didn't even know there was a solo kill on top, was there?
Yeah, it happened like right when the two ADCs killed each other under turrets. I just saw on the screen, though. I don't know exactly how it goes, but we are seeing the recap on this one. I mean, health bars are looking pretty full at this moment in time. Just, oh, we just takes a tower shot, though. That's unfortunate. Oh, takes two tower shots. And then the decimating smash is going to knock him up. That's kind of a freebie for Slop there, but not ones you want to give over to a Scion. Fight's going to continue, though. Avocado gets stunned up from the arrow. Adam is going to get run down here as the Ashe is going to shred through and slow down Adam. Adam goes down to Grim. Lewd Avocado looking like going to be following up shortly after. That's going to be a double kill for Grim on this Ashe. And definitely the champ you want to get ahead as much as possible, because this Ashe is going to have to really start going through those bigger health bars in the late game here. Glada pops the Crescent Guard. It's still in trouble, though. Decimating Smash is going to knock up Glada for the time being. Forced to flash out there, but the Viego gets the shutdown. D1 going to pick up that kill, but the turret is going to take out D1. Slop into trouble as well. And Giraffe almost picking up a kill for himself there, too. But kind of messy engage back and forth. 2 kills do go over the side of Monkey Knight City. The shutdown is nice for D1, but does give over some kill gold right back.
That was a charge under mid tower. That was one of the charges of all time. That was one of the Jinja E's I have ever seen. It maintains a messy game. Weave getting killed on basically like a solo kill. He just gives himself over. These 80 carries. Both of, like, I'm not convinced by both of them. Mostly, like, I don't know if disappointed is the right word, but I'm going to use it anyway in Adam, because he had a great game on Sivir, and game 1, it's very much a matchup thing. Like, there's just nothing you can do once Caitlyn gets off to a start. Like, what is Corki supposed to do? But it's not even that he's, like, playing... He's just blatantly missing every ability. Every Chains of Corruption is going wide. Ashe has no flash, no cleanse. Ult her right now. Please. I know that Milio has ult. Okay, Viego's next to her. No Milio ult. We kill everybody there. But every single one of them, all the piercing arrows that I've seen so far, they've just missed. Like, he's positioning decently. Lewd Avocado is missing a lot of his ults as well. So, very inconsistent from the bot lane, but then top inconsistent as well. Got caught, Adam.
Oh, Adam going to get run down a bit as the fight is fighting through as well. Slop in trouble. Slop does go down first in this fight here. And it looks like Lewd Avocado is going to be following shortly after. Adam does make it out alive for the time being, but the health bar is quite low waiting for the next wave to come through for the time being. During some of that fights as well, too. First turret did go over to Wheeze on that Darius, which means that Monkey's Night City does pick up the feats of strength with that first turret. So things are a little bit better for them too, because they do want some of the better boots if possible, because the scaling side of GCC Street Fighters is much scarier. So got to build as many advantage as you can. This Ashe is starting to come online though, as that tower gets shredded completely with 3 grubs as well. That's going to definitely help that Ashe in that particular moment in time. They have the Rift Herald on the Xin Zhao, so can't be dropping that anywhere as well. All the tier 1 turrets have been taken though on the side of GCC Street Fighters, so a lot of map control from Monkey Knight City. Drake is about to spawn soon, and that's going to be sole point for them if they get picked up. Oh, but Grim caught in a tough position here. Let's see if Adam could do something here, as no, the reinforcements have arrived, and Grim has no fear in sight. D1 caught out again, and that's going to be likely Drake for the side of Monkey Knight City. And yeah, things are looking very in their favor here, as we see over 6k gold lead now at this point in time in 18 minutes of the game.
And maintains the story of this set. Scaling just seems to be losing these games where both teams want to take these aggressive fights, as GCC looking to contest this Drake.
All right, Slop gets the knock up onto Fallen Warrior, but not really too much done there. Wheeze is there, and you see Slop ulting in to knock up Fallen Warrior yet again, but Slop just getting run down from this Ashe, as Wheeze is going to take down Lewd Avocado for the time being. Slop is there, though, in the zombie form, going to be knocked back, so not going to get too much value at this point in time, too. Rift Herald has been summoned up as well, and you can see Glada kind of caught in tough position. Crescent Guard does come through, but D1 Busy just a little too weak at this point, too. Can't get the damage off. Adam goes down as well. That's going to be 4 members down for GCC Street Fighters, and I mean, they might have a good comp, but they're just not executing as well as Monkey Knight City at this point in time, too. And the gold differential, the level differential is starting to build so much in favor of Monkey Knight City.
I would love to get a replay if we could. I looked away at a bad time and looked back up, and both Rakan and Varus ults were just used. I look over to the other side. Grim has flash, Fallen has flash, and both of them had ult. How does that happen? We'll have a look. I really don't know what is happening to the bot lane of GCC this game, because it should be that you are the only team with engage. You are the engage with Rakan, and then follow up with Virus, or vice versa, right? Chains of Corruption comes out, then... So let's have a look here. Chains of Corruption goes onto the Dragon, and everyone else on the team is looking topside. Here comes Slop on the engage, but Lewd forced to use the quickness as a disengage to keep himself alive. There's literally no threat on this Ashe Milio. You don't even need engage when the enemy team is just using their spells whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, it looked like slight miscommunication too, as Adam was trying to snipe maybe the Drake there, but so a lot of their damage was gone, but they still were engaging with the Scion and the Rakan. Fight's coming through here a bit here. Arrow does land. It lands onto the Rakan though, so not too bad. Chains of Corruption is going to get onto Wheeze. Wheeze going to just go for the Noxian Guillotine and takes out Lewd Avocado. Lewd Avocado, unfortunately, 0-5-0 this game after a fantastic game on the Braum, but this game has been incredibly one-sided into the side of Monkey Knight City. Honestly, like, you know, it started off with a double kill, right, with the Viego, but after that, things have just been completely in favor of Monkey Knight City. Never Move does grab up Wheeze, and here comes the Demonic Ascension, and I think Wheeze is going to be going down here, trying to take one maybe with him for the time being, but it's going to be the shutdown going over to D1. D1 definitely needs some of that gold for that Viego to do something.
Full solo kill from Viego there, very nice. Well, hold on. Slop, ulting in, missed. But reinforcements are here.
Glada is going to start chewing through this health bar. Slop goes down, but zombie form is still pretty scary. A seismic shove is going to put the Slop away for now, as it looks like there might be a fight over in this Otacon area. The chase is down, though. Monkey Knight City is going to start pushing out these waves and see what they can do. Chuko's a little bit chunked out at this point in time. Doesn't have the ultimate as well, so hard to fight this team fight, especially being down so much gold and levels as well. I mean, and also you know, I looked at it just briefly, but like I feel like I blinked and all of a sudden the Celia is like 8-0 or something, and you know
Oh, it's
has
the
not
same as
died
game
once,
one.
has so much gold, and just sneakily been doing so much work for Monkey Knight City here. They're looking to get the Otacon. Let's see if they can secure, or there's going to be a steal. D1 busy, pretty good on steals today.
Sun TP coming in, doesn't have ult, but does have flash. Ult available for GCC. Can they hit them?
Oh, and the Crescent Guard comes through as well. Glad to buy some space here, and there's just the health bars are just not there, and there's just too much damage and too much level differential for Monkey Knight City. Their pockets are too deep. That's going to be an ace for them, and they're going to pick up the Otacon on top of it as well. 11k gold differential, Soul Point, Otacon, 3 grubs, and the Rift. I mean, they got everything. They literally got everything. They have every turret up as well, and it's just nothing you could do. It doesn't matter how well you position, I feel like, for Street Fighters. Obviously, not having Swain ultimate is not going to be great for you, but I don't think this is a bad engage. I just think that they're just too behind at this point.
I mean, you have these core ults for GCC's team comp. Lewd Avocado walking forward with that quickness. You see, he's looking for it, and he goes in there. And there's really no follow-up, right? By the time the quickness wears off, Avocado's dead. Adam walks forward to tank Ash ult at 1 HP. It's just a bit all over the place for GCC this game. I think game 2, they really had it together. But this game, everyone seems to be on a different page about what this comp wants to do. Engage from Rakan. There's no follow-up. And whose fault is it? Like, it's really hard to point fingers at that. Soul is on the table here, getting started up by Monkeys.
Yeah,
And just taken, no contestation.
Can't contest at this point, too. I mean, it is a pretty hard contest, and honestly, they'll lose a lot if they die for contesting that. And I think outside of D1, maybe going for a solo steal, it's just not worth it. I think D1's like, you know what? I need to do what I can to farm up here. I mean, D1 is probably the strongest member on his team for now. 5-7-1 on Viego with 2 items, but still, it's just the rest of the team is so far ahead from Monkey Knight City. And they're just trying to close this game out as soon as possible before the Swain and Scion start stacking too much health at this point in time. And I mean, they only have 1 item apiece, so they're not really building up to that anytime soon. And yeah, I mean, Giraffe Rider, 8-0-13, absolutely wild. 21 kill participation, most on the game. And like I said, just sneakily, just being in a lot of fights and helping out a team. I wouldn't be surprised if we look at damage charts later and it's actually all going to be in favor of Giraffe Rider there, but just doing Talia things. Oh, we get the flash engage though onto Grim. I don't know if this is worth it. They're trying to do whatever they can. Lewd Avocado taking a lot of turret shots. But look at Grim, health bar almost completely full yet again, and they are just going to chase them down. D1 basically the first one to fall. Chuko's not too far behind. Lewd Avocado low on the health bar. Slop trying to peel a little bit, but Seismic Shop is going to land on Slop. Slop going to just give up his life at this point to try buy space, but there's no space to be bought as Adam is going to go down as well. As a lone Rakan left, and it looks like it's a repeat of a previous game too. I mean, it's just back and forth. These games are super one-sided. Whether which team it is for is a different story, but so already for Monkey Knight City, they're about to get Baron. They got 3 grubs as well. They have everything in their pockets this game, and they're looking to close out game number 3.
And the honestly, I'm speechless. Like, I just don't know what GCC is doing. Like, I'm just gonna put it plainly. Like, why is Rakan Wing on the tower with only Scion when your entire team is like not there? I just don't understand. Like, is it a protest? Is he rioting?
And the melee was there, right, with Grim. This wasn't Grim by himself, so and under turret, right? There's just not enough damage to take out Grim at this moment in time. And I mean, to do it under turret as well, it was a lot invested. I think the Scion Flash ulted for it too, right? Like, they did a lot to try to pick off Grim, but I mean, even if you somehow get that shutdown onto Grim, I don't know how you win the rest of the fight, right? But yeah, just kind of a desperation play. But I mean, with a 13 cold differential, like, and you know, so on their side, it is tough, right? I get that they're put in tough positions. They had to try to find a play somehow, and unfortunately, that was just not the play.
Well, Baron on all 5 members of Monkeys, 13k up. Chemtech Soul. GCC going to need to find a miracle for this one. They really need to lock in with their decision making. They need to all be on the same page. In this game, most likely has the door shut, but take this time to talk it out, make the game go on as long as you can. You're most likely, very likely that you're going to lose. Shades of Corruption used and gone.
Ooh.
And Adam's health bar is almost the same.
Gonna have to go to safety for a time being. They don't have a lot of great wave players as well, especially with these Baron buff minions too. Never Move does not land either, so and if it did, I'm not sure what you could do at this point in time. We got Wheeze pushing down the mid lane as well, and Slop just trying to buy some space too. D1 is here. I mean, this is probably going to be the last fight for them. Unless they can make a miracle happen, but things are not looking good as I don't even know if Adam reset or not, but Adam's health bar already below half at this point. D1 about to get annihilated as Glada is godlike, picks up that kill. Trucos trying to find the time to go for the Demonic Ascension. It is going to be now, but a little bit too late. Trucos fighting on their turret, trying to do whatever he can, but there's just too much on the line here, and Monkey Knight City is going to close out game number 3. The TP comes through, but I don't think Slop has what it can take to finish off these minions and the rest of the members. It's going to be a 2v5 fight and make that a 1v5, and Slop going to be the last member to go down here as the Nexus falls. Monkey Knight City respond in dominating fashion as they take the 2-1 lead over Street Fighters.
They move to match point. A great performance, very similar to game 1. Really, in most fashions, bot lane dominance, jungle, clinic, top lane winning, mid just out of nowhere.
Giraffe Rider.
After Dark Steel. And you're right, most damage in the game on this Talia. A great pickup, played really well, and so far, I think Giraffe Rider has been the quiet MVP of this set so far for Monkeys. I think, I want to touch quickly on this virus. I think that Poke Virus is in a very similar light to something like a Lucian, where the idea is, outside of poking obviously, but the idea in a lane setup is you go mid and you just generate mid player permanently because you one-shot the wave. So many times when camera's panning mid and Adam is 1 health under tower, Ash is full. It's hard to critique like all these micro decisions, and it's hard to point fingers about who it was, but the ball lane synergy was off, the team synergy in general was off, and we know they can do it. We saw game 2.
Yeah, we did.
Just need to take a breather, take a drink, and come back for the next game.
That's right. And a really just fantastic team performance from everyone as well. And I gotta agree with you regarding Giraffe Rider as well. I know they lost the last game, but I wouldn't put any of that on Giraffe Rider, who was like 1-1-4 on the Victor, right? Just like couldn't find any value there because the rest of the teammates were behind. But Giraffe Rider sneakily doing a lot of work in all these games. And I mean, this one wasn't as sneaky there too. 8-0-18, landing a ton of seismic shoves and just finding really good positioning for the team. But that's going to be it for game number 3. This is a best of 5 though. So this is match point for Monkey Knight City. Let's see if we can push it to Silver Scrapes though, if GCC Street Fighters can find the adjustment. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Titan Esports. It's Divinity League, and we are in the semifinals for the playoffs. Monkey Knight City are on match point against GCC Street Fighters. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined with Jay Beto, and we're going into game number 4. I don't know. These have all been really one-sided games. What do you think the teams need to make for the adjustment for game number 4?
I think the bot lane is something that's crucial for both teams. We've seen volatility in all 3 games where one side just gets absolutely steamrolled, and the opposing AD carry gets a massive lead. In game 1, Caitlyn was off to a huge start, took over the game. Game 2, it was the Sivir. This game, I wouldn't call the Ashe a takeover, but completely shut out the virus. It was a solidly one lane. We're talking a little bit on the break about Busy and his performance in this set, that it has been quite lackluster. We were on the stat sheet. He has Kane as his highest mastery, which obviously makes sense. They're banning Kane, which tells me Busy's a carry jungle player or likes to pick those picks, which is what he's been playing, right?
Yeah.
The
Bel'Veth.
Viego last game, the Bel'Veth, and before that. And even in the game they won on the Bel'Veth, we were very confused about a lot of the decisions that were being made by the Bel'Veth. I truly think that overall this set, another thing we're talking about, lack of engage. We were talking about the supports, but just in general, a lack of confirmed solid engage. Pantheon has been banned second phase a few times. I'm happy to see that taken first, especially if your first pick, leave the Nocturne open, take the Nocturne. I want to see Busy on a different look, not a hardcore carry jungler. I haven't been convinced by that. And some stability in the bot lane. I need to see this game go, even if it's a 3-1, I need to see it go 30 minutes without it being completely over.
Yeah. It's I mean, for all the games, right? Even the one that Street Fighters won too, very one-sided. It has been going back and forth though between the two teams. So if GCC plays like they played in game 2, then we got some silver scrapes on our hand. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right regarding D1, right? Because played Gwen game 1, then played Bel'Veth, and now played Viego. So let's see if D1 goes for that carry jungle yet again. I think our draft is underway. So let's head over to the draft here. Looks like Monkey Knight City is going to be on blue side. So looks like losing team keeps picking red side here, going for those counter picks, which generally speaking has worked out, I guess. So see, I think every game has been won on the red side. So we do have that. Aphelios is going to be banned up too. The respect ban to Adam, which means that Adam unlikely going to get it. If I were to guess, it's probably going to be a Nocturne and a Mel ban here for the side of GC Street Fighters. We see the Hwei ban as well. Giving a lot of respect to Giraffe Rider, who's been playing really on point. Had a great games. Honestly, 1 and 3, and even game 2 wasn't too bad. Giraffe Rider's one of highest mastery champ is Azir. And I think Azir can go kind of crazy, especially with Talia already picked up at this point too. So you can't counterpick it with the Talia. So not a lot of great ways to counterpick that Azir. I don't know if Street Fighters have clocked this yet. No, they're going to ban out the Renata Glass instead.
I mean, if I was GCC, and I am here, like I didn't see that, I would have thought he didn't play Azir because, like, surely you're picking Azir earlier, but it's going to be a Mumu. I've spoken to a bunch of casters about who they feel gets pinched earliest in Fearless, and obviously it's more of a feeling than it is actuality because everyone's getting banned equally, and it's 80 carry roll. Everyone is pretty consensus on it being 80 carry. Adam picking up the Twitch on R1 here. His Aphelios has been banned every game. Instead, still going for a scalar, and it's going to be the Lulu, something that you could have played with the Aphelios. So similar look, not the same, but I want to see an anti here for Monkeys. I'd love a Nautilus. I'm convinced that if you don't have confirmed lockdown on Twitch, it's really hard to punish him. MF is great. What's going to be the support? I mean, every engaged support's still up, by the way, and all the hook champions, because we went Karma, Tom Kench, Thresh. So Blitzcrank, Pike, and then we're going to go for engaged support. Leona picked away. Great combo with MF.
Yeah, definitely. They need all the lockdown they can get onto this Twitch because Twitch on chat can be pretty annoying to deal with. Ooh, I like this J4 pick a lot too, right? Great way to lock down that misfortune as well in those situations, because that's going to be a lot of damage. I mean, pretty much the only damage so far we've seen from Monkey Knight City, and I assume they're going to have to pick up some more damage. Otherwise, this is not going to be a great game for Monkey Knight City. We get the Ahri ban picked up here too, so they have the chance to still ban out the Azir if possible. Oh, we get the Galio ban. Okay, maybe going to set up for a potential Azir. I mean, that's not the best matchup for Galio either, as someone that plays a lot of Galio myself. And we get the Camille ban. Azir is on the table. I mean, I don't know.
It's mobile too, which is
it's
the
mobile.
Ahri ban was because it's mobile into Jarvan. So, like, I'm surprised. The Lysandra ban is hinting at like a LeBlanc potentially. I don't know if you would play Lysandra against an Azir. Like, I feel like you just never dash and you poke him. Mordekaiser has been banned every game so far in the second phase. That's going to be picked up here. Saving mid lane counter pick. An interesting decision. The Monkeys have options here. They could go towards the Azir like we've been talking about. It's going to be the Olaf in top. And I'm, although there's not great ults, I think Silas can do some work here, or Akali. I think you need to go a mobile mid. Azir works great if you want to go towards that. It's going to be the Aurora. I like it. Very strong.
Yeah. We're definitely very strong too, and Giraffe just flexing all the different picks up his arsenal here. The Olaf, I do like that as well too. Olaf going to be a lot of damage running at you too, and we get the TF. Interesting. You know, I know TF got like some slight buffs here or there like a patch or two ago, but I don't love TF, and I haven't seen TF win a lot of games in, I mean, not just like grassroots play, but like pro play in general, even solo queue. It just, you know, you have a lot of great ways to, you know, help out your team and stuff with that global near global ultimate, but I don't know. It doesn't feel as strong as some other mid laners in this current patch. I don't know what you feel about that one though.
So I'm not against it, but the reason I am against it, I'm not against it as a champion, as a pick, if you're going to play towards a very pick-based style, which you're not. But the main issue is TF Jarvan feels like the most like, what's the point, right? Why would you not just, if you were going Jarvan Aurora, you could have taken that. Jarvan Aurora is not bad. Obviously, Orianna is banned, but Syndra's still on the table if you wanted to go toward, like, you need a combo with Jarvan. Who is comboing with Vizzy this game? I've had critique of him the entire set so far, and I was happy to see the Jarvan instead of, you know, what's next, a Graves as a carry jungler, but it's a bruiser, it's a team fighter, it's guaranteed confirmed engage, it's great into the MF, but I don't know if Vizzy fails this game, I feel like it's not going to be his fault because his team can't help him, like what you stun card into Cataclysm, that doesn't really help you that much.
And you wouldn't, I mean, death realming with the Mordekaiser does nothing for you either, right? The Mordekaiser is just going to be 1v1ing someone in these fights. I mean, I will say you have two options, right? You could Cataclysm the MF or you can death realm her, but like the moment you're in death realm, the rest of your team kind of just melts, right? Like D1's going to be in tough position. All the firepower is going to be on him. And then the moment he's down, you're just running for your life because you got an Olaf chasing you down. You know, Aurora might ult and just like close a gap on you really quickly as well. It's going to be a hard game for Street Fighters, I think. But I don't know. I think sometimes just the draft itself is maybe not the biggest factor. So something to keep in mind. But I will say I kind of agree with you here. I think Monkey Knight City is in a well-positioned team, has a well-positioned draft for this match point for them.
What's the Olaf ult Mordekaiser ult interaction? If you ult at the Mordekaiser, can he pull you into the death realm or does it cancel it?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm actually not fully sure, right? Because the Mordekaiser ult did get they did change it a bit where you can't just like QSS out of it, right?
Anymore,
and so I believe it's well, we're getting some word from someone in chat saying no, it doesn't go off. So if you time your ult well with the Olaf, you can avoid that, right? Which would make sense because the Dr. Muno passive also works similarly, right? You can't ult Dr. Muno when the passive is up. So I can see how that also plays a factor in that. But either way, I mean, if you're Wheeze, if you're ahead enough, it's probably not a big deal if you get ulted by the Mordekaiser. You know, you're stuck in his death realm, but in a way, Wheeze would happily take that 1v1 fights. And I think Mordekaiser probably would go more for Misfortune some of these fights. But again, you go for Misfortune, the Olaf is just going crazy on your team. I don't know if that's the play either.
There's also a lot of frontline, you know, got to get past the Leona, the Mumu, Olaf. I feel like for GCC is a little bit of a had to spare, kind of like, oh man, you played very similar to game 2, which you won, right? You top 2 bot lane, right? You go Twitch, Lulu, and then you go towards the Jarvan, graded to the MF, and then your top laner, in my opinion, like kind of had to play a tank, like because you just don't have a front line. I know that against an Olaf, like it does kind of suck, but on the other side, Monkeys have an Amumu, which is great engage, great team CC, and a tank. You have a Leona, which is maybe outside of Alistair, the tankiest support with W up. Like when that's leveled up, obviously Alistair has the damage reduction, so that's pretty strong. But very tanky support with low items, like a low econ tank. and great damage. Like, you got Olaf, which is given the right angles. Obviously, you do have to run in a straight line, but if you find the correct angles onto the TF, the Lulu mostly, like Lulu is kind of a sitting duck there. Olaf can do a lot of damage. Aurora is really, really strong. And MF Leona is a classic combo. I think that Monkeys have a more rounded out, like, polished edges draft, which I'm not saying this game is over, of course, but going into finals potentially, looking at a game 4 and saying, man, this draft is pretty good. Like, maybe you could say the Olaf could change in certain scenarios, but I think the draft, like, being able to pull out MF, Leona, Aurora, and a tank jungler it's a great look. And then on the other side, man, I'm willing to be convinced of otherwise. Like, I'm willing to be wrong, but I'm just worried that there's going to be kind of all over the place decisions, and it's gonna look a little funny.
Yeah, I agree with you there too. I mean, I think in a way our prediction on who had the better draft kind of went the opposite direction in all the previous games. Just better execution from the team with the slightly less favorable draft. So I think that's going to come down to a lot of this as well. I have my eyes set on that bot lane because that second game, the one win that Street Fighters did get was on the backs of Kawhi and Lewd Avocado. So I think if Adam could get pretty far ahead on this Twitch, find some good picks, could be a big carry angle there as D1 in a tough position, but gets fed the first blood after that Death Scraps is going to pull that Olaf in. So a good start for GCC Street Fighters to kick things off. They need to win this game to force a game number 5. So the pressure is definitely on.
I mean, Weez plays it really well at the beginning, forces the 1v1, which Olaf is heavily favored in against the Jarvan. He's always going to win that. Wins, walks away, and then decides to just take the 1v2. Glada down the bot lane.
Oh, Adam kind of chunked out too. Lewd Avocado, the first one to fall. Glada with the bandage toss is going to take down Adam, and Grim going to be the one to pick up that kill. A great start for the bot lane of Monkey Knight City as well. A great, gank from Glada to countergate the bot lane while the J4 was in that top side for Weez's death there too. Oh, another great bandage toss. D1 in a tough position, but J4 is okay for the time being. Second bandage toss comes through, but flashes out, and the flash forward from Glada is going to pick up the feats of warfare. Definitely a solid trade though for Glada, as going to pick up that kill 1 for 1, but securing that progress towards the feats of warfare is going to be pretty nice. Feature strength, I should say. As we take a quick look at how this fight broke down, Adam looking like in a good position for the time being, but the slowdown from the misfortune buys enough time for Glada to show up. I mean, honestly, they probably would have won this 2v2 fight if Glada wasn't here, but Glada finding the perfect time to pick up 2 kills for the team and set his bot lane up ahead.
Yeah, very nice. Gank, I mean, you could maybe say that the Leona wasn't dancing around in circles, tanking every Lulu auto.
Ooh, Glada played this really well too.
Yeah, waits, wards over. The ward is even spotted, but Busy's not aware and does have red buff. It's not enough, but just enough base damage in the beginning of the game here to win out on this 1v1. Jarvan really needs that level 6 spike. That's where he becomes a champion, and kind of a Mumu does too, but chunked already was Izzy. Glada all over the map so far, very similar to what we saw in game 1 on the Trundle. A pace setter. Speaking of, good plays in this series, Draft Rider, a very quiet start. Again, very similar to our other games where, you look over, he's not really doing a whole lot. You look back, 10 stacks of Dark Steel.
Yeah.
But the global ult from TF, or semi-global, is something that can be game-changing or game-losing. And game-losing in the sense of if you don't use it ever, you just don't have an ult. And Aurora's got a much better ult. Glada
Oh,
Up here in the
great
top
positioning
lane.
at 2. No vision, but the first bandage shot's going to give him away for a temporary. Second bandage shot does connect, but the death scraps actually pulls him in turret range. Glada does get taken out from the turret. That kill does go over to Slop, so 1-for-1 trade. However, Whis is able to crash this wave into the turret, maybe even get a plate or two. D1 is in the area, but you don't really want to fight that Olaf 1v1. Maybe under turret is fine. Overall, still a slightly better trade for Monkey Knight City, but Slop making something out of nothing there.
I mean, he's got 2 bandages. He's got to use both. You know, the first one was just to let him know, let Slop know the glider was coming. Second one lands. First Drake is spawned. Neither team seemed that confident that they want to take it. And I think that that's mostly due to the level 6 timers of both these teams. And Mumu, Jarvan, very level 6 dependent, but also MF Leona, very level 6 dependent. Here comes a level 6.
Oh, the Destiny comes through. Trucos is there, but the re-engage from Fallen Warrior trying to buy space for Grim to get ADC out there, and Glada all over the place turns the fight around for a time being as Adam is quite low, but there's a lot of minions in the way, so you can't really get to this Twitch very easily. Grim on the lower end here too, and there's just a big wave pushing in here. Do you agree for it? No, I think Adam going to respect Glada being in the area, not going to agree for this wave. That is still a wave being pushed down there, but Grim able to pick up most of that farm, so not the worst position there. Glada really all over the place in this game. You know, I mean, even the 2 deaths that Glada had was able to pick up kills on the respective end as well, and now they're going to shove this wave and make things a little bit harder for Adam to catch up a bit on the CS. And I gotta say, you know, Glada playing really well this game 4.
Glada, great power. Never mind, my Drake is going to have to wait. Busy behind. Loot forced to flash.
Oh, and in comes the re-engage from D1, going to try to take Grim, and Grim does go down, fed the kill over to Adam as well. Cataclysm comes through, but the flash out from Fallen Warrior avoids a double death there for their bot lane. Meanwhile, there's a skirmish going on in this top side. Whis fighting down Slop and going to pick up that kill. That's going to be a big solo kill over to Whis. You can see already prioritizing the Bramble. Does not want that Olaf regenerating as fast as possible. So, you know, things are looking good for Slop in this top lane. I mean, the only death was on that gank from Glada. We're going to pick up some plates as well on top of it and just really snowball this lead as much as possible.
Yeah, big reason why he won that, the Bramble, like you pointed out. First Drake going over to GCC, who have created a, like I had asked for so far at least, a stable game. No team is really favored. Top lane is winning, jungle's winning, and Giraffe finds the solo kill.
It's Giraffe, man. Giraffe Rider just doing what he can for the team. And now going to try to shove this wave as well. Has to be careful. D1 is in the area, but pretty confident this wave is going to be shoved through. And D1 maybe looking for a way to flank this, but no, just going to settle for some Raptors instead. Great positioning from Giraffe, just to back away, further away from the Raptors area as well. I'm not even sure there's vision on the J4. Maybe just suspected D1 was in that bottom side area prior. Game is, you know, honestly, this is the least one-sided game we've seen so far. It is 5-5. About a 500 gold difference, nothing too crazy. Things are a little bit better for GCC Street Fighters, but nothing too wild here. Oh, Destiny comes through though, and a very aggressive position from the TF, but the gold card does land, and Grim is going down. Adam the one to pick up the kill as well. Truco's picking up the second kill. All the gold going over to the carries. Draftfire does TP over, but a little too late to save the team. Can at least catch the wave. I don't know. Are they going to go for this tower dive on Draft? Full health, but that ultimate is down. Does have flash up though, so they're going to try to do whatever they can, but I don't know. I don't know if they have the health bars to fight this yet. Giraffe Rider is still pretty strong, but in comes the engage, and here comes the Cataclysm as well. The polymorph looks like Giraffe Rider is going to be going down. Adam the one to pick up the kill, but the bot lane has returned. The pull time is beautiful, catching 3 members there, and it's going to be Lude Avocado, the only one to go down though. Pretty good still for GCC Street Fighters. That could have been a lot more disastrous based on the positioning. You know, a great way to come back into that bot lane, but it's just not getting enough value. Everyone very low on the health bars, but only one going down. It's going to just be the support.
I was counting the minions there as MF and Leona push out that wave to see how many minions Fallen Warriors was awesome. It's quite a few. They cleared the 3 on the tower and that full wave, and he's still not 6. if he was, that was just like actually like it can't be an ace because Slop's in top lane, but Grim would kill everybody because of the stun and if missed, the slow. It's enough that that bullet time would have done immensely more damage, which is terrifying because of how much it already did. And this MF doesn't have any items yet. Giraffe.
Giraffe Rider on a
Hi,
top
Busy.
position. The ultimate is up though, so it can go between worlds to get himself out to safety, but doesn't even need to spend it here. As this top lane matchup, things are looking pretty rough for Wheeze. Getting just, you know, smacked with the obliterates as much as possible. Slop already with a gold lead, but also a level lead as well, forcing Wheeze to back here. Wheeze does not have teleport either, so going to lose at least a wave here.
I mean, if he didn't stay, there was a Jarvan around the corner waiting for a snack. So good base. I don't want to throw shade, but it's so often that I see these like unconventional counter picks.
Ooh, here comes the bandage toss. Curse of Sad Mummy does lock Slop down. Now taking a lot of turret shots. Glada all over the map. Try and do whatever he can to keep this team in it still. And he is going to take out Slop then and there and prevent a lot more gold plating to come through. Between Worlds comes through as well. Chukos losing the 1v1 again to Giraffe Rider. Giraffe Rider trying to stamp his MVP of this series so far, and things have been looking great for Giraffe Rider in that one. I don't think we saw the full fight. We saw the tail end of that one. Oh, we see the behind TP though from Slop. There's no vision here. Wheeze backing off for a bit as Slop, interestingly, like moonwalking out of that TP. But Slop is going to push away the Olaf for the time being. Olaf does not want to fight this one, but you do miss the Death Grasp. Just going to smack him up a bit as we go back to farming.
I'm not gonna talk about that mid fight. That was horrendous. Like I
It was you know, I mean, who's to say a TF can't tower dive, right? But in that situation, maybe not the best of times for Chukos' TF.
I thought he was Rise and thought he was ulting a wave of minions on the tower. Like, I don't know what that's about, man. I think
Chukos does have 2 kills though,
earlier.
2 and 2.
Yeah, I think it's an even game, which is really nice.
Yeah. I will say too, you know, even though we're roasting Chukos a little bit, I think had some really good ultimates to, especially towards that bot lane, to really set up a lot of the fights. And that's really what's, you know, I don't know how ahead Adam is on this Twitch, but definitely slightly ahead because of that Twitch with a lot of those engages there.
I didn't get a chance to highlight, and I guess I should go back now, but this dragon is getting started up, so be ready for me to, but Mumu in base, most likely this dragon going to be taken for free. Second dragon for GCC. There was a play where grubs were getting taken. Glider was on them with Wheeze. And there's nothing the GCC can do because Mumu's already there. Jarvan was bot side. So the only play they have is to all-in bot. It's a great ult from Shukels. Busy to be there. Like, that's great micro play to be able to read that very quickly when you don't have bird's eye observant view like we do, call it and make it work. So far, I'm impressed with the TF. I was very cautious of it, that it might look really bad, but it's got a lead, right? Because of TF passive. It's even in kills. He has 2 assists, and they're even in CS, which means that TF has a lead because that's how TF works.
Yeah.
So
and honestly, if Giraffe Rider just didn't pick up those 2 1v1 kills, then Chukos would be really far ahead too. But I agree with you. I do think that this is definitely one of the better TF games I've seen in quite a while. Just finding just doing whatever can and finding a lot of value in those spots. That being said, this top lane though is looking pretty one-sided at the time being. Still level 10 on both ends. Slight gold lead favoring the Mordekaiser. Nothing too crazy, but I think it's just been hard for Wheeze to fight into this 1v1. D1 though, in position here, tries to get Glada. Glada is going to flash out, but here comes the Cataclysm, and Glada just trying to fight D1 as much as possible. Avoids the Death Grasp, but here comes Chukos as Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to land.
No.
Wheeze takes out D1 first, and Olaf is going crazy at this point too. Looks like Mordekaiser is going to ult Giraffe Rider, but Giraffe Rider still pretty strong. Can you get the kill? Oh, flashes out. Wheeze right on top of Slop. Can you get this 1v1 fight? You want some revenge here, but Slop still pretty strong. Oh, takes down Wheeze though still. Giraffe Rider trying to clean up. Oh, takes down Giraffe Rider as well. The obliterating. Mordekaiser just obliterates the side of Monkey Knight City. Wow,
Bonk.
Slop turned that game, turned that fight around for his team completely. Something happened in the bot lane as well when all the action's happening on top. But Slop, if they win this game, it's going to be on the backs of this Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Grim basically just greeds the tower and walks in. Wait, is there a fight here? What even happens? What is Lewd Avocado doing? He just walks in and decides
caught
to
out
get
a bit. The Twitch
Yeah.
gets exhausted. And
Yeah, really good exhaust pickup here
Oh,
actually
all
from
time does a
Fallen
lot.
Warrior. It looks a bit scuffed, but very nice double kill. I want to talk about the top play though, because it was a bit all over the place. The ult from the TF, lovely. The ult from the TF is really good. You see Glider flash over the wall, but stun card still goes off, which allows Cataclysm gives vision, right? So Busy goes over the wall, lands on the Glider, but now Olaf is unchecked, can't be stun carded, finds two. As Slops finds the first one, flashes over the wall, but it's just double bonk. That's all that happens here. It's a little bit of an over-aggressive, great flash from Giraffe. Wheeze thinks that he can finish it out, hits the axe.
Oh.
If that E from Giraffe hits, it's a kill, but it is just too bonk.
Oh, that's so brutal. And I think Giraffe burned a flash there. Chukos, I think, flashed over the wall at that point, too. And Curse of the Sad Mummy from Glada actually was able to finish off Chukos there. So a lot wasted from the TF as well. It was a great Destiny from the TF, but it looked like he was having trouble finding a way to do any damage. So flashed over the wall in the process. Herald was taken, though, in that while we're watching those replays, and it looks like D1 was the one to pick up the Herald. I believe Feats of Strength have not been secured yet, but they are one objective off. Okay, so no, Red Side has picked it up, actually, yeah, with the Rift Herald and the Double Drake. So GCCE Street Fighters is going to try to extend their lead as much as possible, but Adam called out. Zenith Blade does catch bullet time, doing a ton of damage, and here comes a Solar Flare. Grim going to be the one to pick up that kill. Lewd Avocado running for his life for the time being. Rest of the team is going to collapse though, and Slop is super strong on this Mordekaiser. You got to be careful. Gold card's going to land on Fallen Warriors. Not going to do too much here, but it looks like they're going to try to push their advantage as much as possible, maybe before summoning up a Herald to knock down this mid turret.
Yeah, looks like that's right. ADC for ADC trade. And everyone else is here. This Herald won't kill the tower. Oh, it's getting driven in. I don't know about this.
Oh,
he missed!
Going for the knockup. Yeah, D1, okay. I don't know about that one. As the Between Worlds comes through, Cataclysm is going to be thrown onto Fallen Warriors, and things have just completely collapsed. It's just going to be Slop 1v4. Can you do it on the Mordekaiser? I mean, this guy's strong, but I don't think he's that strong. Wee's going to get some vengeance there. Does pick up the kill onto Slop. I mean, that's a tough position for Slop. Not really on Slop. Yeah, I don't know about this one. You know,
there's a bit of
maybe
a bit of an over tech. Or what if I engage? Like, I'm gonna assume this is on purpose. What if I engage with the Herald around the back, then crash it into the wall so it still gets a crash around the back? But with great power, I get to say my joke finally. With great power comes great responsibility. Glada doing his best Peter Parker impression here, Spider-Maning in. Boom! Big three-man ult again there, finds the wrap and wins the fight for his team. And they didn't lose mid tower. In replay as well, they got a Drake. Very nice.
Glada does go down. But it's fine. You know, honestly, Glada's been playing this game so well. Every time that Glada dies, he gets a ton of value for the team in the process prior to his death, you know? It just sets up the team, and that's really what you want from your engaged jungler there on the Mumu. So playing it really well. And again, I mean, we know how strong Slop is, but taking out Slop there is going to be a huge benefit. And here's the thing, right? GCCE fought that without their Twitch. So they didn't have a lot of damage to begin with, and then the engage from D1 there made things a little bit tougher. Fallen Warriors caught in tough position. This is Leona, though, so not going to be the easiest target to take out. Adam is not strong enough to burst down the Leona in like 2 seconds, which might be a while before Adam gets to that point in general. Otacon has been spawned up on the bot end there, though. They really want this mid turret to push the map control, but it doesn't look like Monkey Knight City is going to give that up anytime soon.
Yeah, you need to make a pretty big mistake here from Monkeys to give it up, or
Or maybe just a
you could
Rift landing at some point. Cataclysm
Or-
does catch 2 of them. Grim's going to flash out. The bullet time, though, really well positioned. Ludov caught it in tough position. Fallen Wars go for the re-engage. Maybe try to peel a bit. Wheeze is there, but Wheeze is kind of being sandwiched from the rest of the team. Is going to now start shredding through D1's health bar. Ragnarok is used, but not enough as Slop has joined the fight. Wheeze does fall. Giraffe Rider caught in a tough position now to already burn the flash. Giraffe Rider, unfortunately, caught in a tough position. Not usually mispositioned like that, but even the best of us can position in tough times. And that's going to be Flash going down and the Roar dying as well. 3 members down, just the MF and the Mumu. I think for sure now the turret will go down, but we do have Curse of Sad Mummy up for Glada. And I don't know if they're going to try to push this. I think just a few autos is going to do it. And the turret does go over to Chukos. Things are still looking pretty good for Street Fighters. The goal difference is not that big. They actually have more kills on Monkey's Night City, but this still looks like
Glada.
GCC's.
I believe, Glada, get it!
Glada! Oh,
No!
doesn't do it. And the kill does go over, but this move was doing a ton of damage. Is 1v2ing a fed Mordekaiser and J4. Like I said, Glada does go down, but always finds value somewhere, shape, or form. Grim, though, getting a little too aggressive, and Slop smacking people around. See what he can do here. And Slop going to pull Wheeze into... Oh, I actually don't know if that was the realm or not. No, it actually wasn't. It was just a 1v1 fight, essentially. And Slop going to continue chasing down. Here comes the Destiny. Fallen Warriors in a tough position. Can we get the gold card to come through or not? Fallen Warriors does kind of get out. Nope. Adam going to pick up that kill. And, I mean, I was talking about how the gold differential wasn't too big, but it is starting to pick up a bit here. Otacon also going over to the side of GCC Street Fighters, and everything's playing perfectly into their hands.
Maybe I'm wrong about the beginning of that fight. Maybe the TP came up mid-fight. But I'm watching on the map Giraffe Rider, who's had an outstanding set, I should add. Like, we've both given high praise to every performance. I'm watching him sit under a tier 2 with, like, not pushing wave. The wave is up, halfway up the wave, halfway up the lane, with TP and ult, and not TP to the fight. I'm not saying that, like, it's his fault for losing the fight, but, like, it's one of those situations where when a call is made, regardless of how good or bad the call is, if you don't listen to the call, the call's immediately bad because you've ruined the play, because you didn't come. And it's not like you're getting a tower for it, or even a wave. Like, he was sitting on the tier 2 top side while his team fought around Icon a bit all over the place, I should add.
Yeah.
I think that you could have just let Glada die, try to steal, and then walk away, but everybody ends up falling down. Now you're... Mordekaiser is 9-3, and Twitch is 5-3, so that's happened. But top
Here
Giraffe.
comes the Between Worlds. You know, Giraffe Rider loves the 1v1s, and even if it's not secured up, I mean, it's a 3v1. Truco's in a tough position, burned the flash, but still dies for it anyway. We pick up the kill onto Grim, which definitely needs to get some gold under their belts. Is a level behind the Twitch and some gold behind as well, but it's not 6 kills to his name. I agree with you, dude. I do think that was an interesting play from Giraffe Rider. I honestly thought it was just going to be Glada trying to go for a steal. If it doesn't happen, it is what it is, but the rest of the team did come over there. Oh my god, Glada, Grim just gets completely bursted down, and Adam picks up 2 kills there. Pick up Giraffe Rider as well. That's a lot of their damage missing. It's just really Wheeze. Amumu can dish out some damage, but they're caught in a tough position at this point in time too. So far, it locks down Slot for a little bit, but I feel like their time in this world is limited. Mordekaiser is here. Glada just trying to find something out of nothing, but nothing is what he's going to find. Fallen Warriors goes down as well, and all Wheeze can do is teleport to base here. It looks like Baron gonna spawn up shortly too. Yeah, in 10 seconds. They're trying to get as much vision as possible, but Street Fighters, man, they want a Silver Scrapes. They want a Game 5, and they are well on their way at this point in time too. Let's see if they can do it, as they are on so points, picking up a Baron as well. I feel like I've seen this already happen 3 times before, but maybe I'm misremembering a little bit. I'm not sure.
I mean, this game's closer. It's still within touching distance, but it is slowly getting to a point. This Twitch, I mean, you see what happens. That fight looks really questionable from Monkeys, but the reason that they're stepping up so aggressively is Jarvan is on the Drake and they're losing soul point. So they have to make a play on the other side. They have to dive the Twitch. The problem is they walk forward too quickly on one side, and that side is the squishy side, not the Amumu side. So Twitch immediately just presses R. Lulu, like, at this point in the game, you just smash your head against the keyboard and Twitch gets stronger. And he just right-clicks them both to death pretty easily. It's a bit of a mis-synergy from Monkeys and a big mistake giving Twitch these kills, and Soul Point over to GCC. Now Baron, after the fight goes so wrong. As I mentioned just before that, you know, it's not over. I still think the Giraffe does do a ton of damage, and you do have a Lulu, sure, but the Lulu has Ignite, and unless you're picture perfect with your Mikhails, not a whole lot of peel, right? So if you're able to one-shot the Twitch, which is possible, right? You do have a ton of damage and enough CC to chew through both Cleanse and Mikhails and still CC the Twitch. It is tough, and it's most likely better to get one.
Oh, here comes the bandage toss. Curse that Mummy is going to stun up Adam and Luva Avocado, but Adam is just so far ahead at this point in time. Bullet time, though, does a ton of damage. Adam still able to get out there to safety for now. D1 going for a slight engage, and Slop is just in people's faces at this point in time, too. There's no stopping this Mordekaiser. Between Worlds is used just to get out of safety for Giraffe Rider, and they just don't have the damage. They don't have the front line either at this point in time, too. 700 shut down on the Mordekaiser and Twitch, and things do not look like they're slowing down anytime soon. Twitch is going to lifesteal back up, and meanwhile, Truco's just free hitting the top inhibitor turret. This game looks like it's just about done and over with. It's just a formality at this point. Only a few structures remaining here. Top inhibitor going down, bottom inhibitor going down. They're about to lose all inhibs. The rest of the team is spawning, though, so they could put up one final fight. Let's see if they could do it or not, but it's looking tough. 13k gold differential at this point in time, too. It's going to be one final hurrah. I think Street Fighters, they don't want their journey to end just quite yet. They want a 5th game, and they're closing in on it. Turrets, two turrets remaining.
It has to be big. Fallen has to go big with this Solar Flare. It's the only real engage until Person Sad goes
D1
up.
busy. The Cataclysm has come through. Giraffe Rider is going to be caught, but the shutdown goes over to Giraffe Rider. Glada is taken down from Loot Avocado as well. The turrets are falling, but Slop is so strong. He is a raid boss. Fallen Warriors doing whatever he can to try to buy some space for the team. Grim avoiding the death grasp for now. Now, you do take out two members, though. Adam and D1 going down. Adam being the big one. Between Wars is spent, and that's a huge bullet time, catching 2 members. Slop goes down as well. This game is not over. We get the shutdown to Wheeze, and Hero plays in the last few seconds is going to buy them a second life. There is no soul yet, so they can contest this Drake, and that's going to be Slop down for another 40 seconds.
Now, the fight previous to that one, I was going to talk about if we had a bit of a gap, but we didn't. As Glada finds the bandage toss and ult, and it forces Flash, Cleanse, and Mikhails. If that was recognized and Glada just walked away, that fight is so won because now Twitch is defenseless. Instead, everyone commits in and they all die. GCC walk in and Baron is now gone from them. They no longer have these enhanced minions. And like I just said, this time there's no Flash, no Cleanse, no Mikhails. And just in time before the game ends, Solar Flare comes up, Curses Sad Mummy comes up, and the engage is enough. The ults from Giraffe and Grim were staggered. So on the second half of that fight, there's a big burst of damage to wipe out the rest of GCC. However, I was with you. Like, I was so sure that I was going to have to stop talking because Dragon was up in like 30 seconds. And no, Monkeys just decide to clear, they just clear waves. Yeah. I feel like GCC are still in a really great spot. Shirelias, they feel it too. It's an open nexus.
It's an open Nexus. There's no Baron buff anymore, but they're still strong. Death Scraps, it's not going to land. Slop a little bit forward positioning. Between Worlds comes through. Giraffe Rider catching a lot of members here. The Cataclysm comes through, but D1 Busy does not have the damage yet. Adam goes down as well. Weiss runs him down. Slop trying to 1v5 at this point in time too, but Chuko's on the backside as well. Can do some additional damage as Slop trying to buy as much space as possible. The bolt time finally used, but doesn't get as much value as you would hope. Here comes the Destiny, and it is going to take out the Misfortune. Slop's doing whatever he can, and it's going to be a 2v5, but they find the way. We find the triple kill from Trucos. The TF for sure was actually of value here, and looks like he's going to find a fantastic Destiny on some Misfortune, and they have a Destiny in game number 5. We're headed to Silver Scrapes.
I was getting ready to talk about how great that Solar Flare was. Again, lands onto Adam. No flash, no cleanse from the last fight like I talked about before. And Weiss walks in as Olaf, presses his ult, and insta-kills Adam. I'm thinking fight over. 2 more die. Fight's surely over. And Slop just decides, no, it is over, but it's over for them. And he kills everybody with Trucles. I was doubting the TF from draft, but it's found a lot of supportive value. But that top lane, counterpicked by the Olaf, was completely unanswered. Humongous damage. And I actually think Busy had a good game. I think the Jarvan was really good. I'm really happy about that.
Really great Cataclysms all the way throughout too, you know. Found a way to do it. And Glada too. I mean, honestly, I think Glada's a Mumu, best player on the team, you know. Actually, you know, just found so much avenues there, but the rest of the team just was a bit behind, didn't have as much damage. And I gotta say too, Grim did a decent amount of damage on that Misfortune, but it was much hard to play that game as Misfortune as it was for Twitch. They found some really good pickoffs onto Adam though in those final 2 fights, and I thought they were about to go for another team wipe there, but Slop just a little bit too much to deal with. So that's going to be game number 4, and 31 minutes here, and we are headed into Silver Scrapes for game number 5. We're going to take a quick break, but grab your drinks, grab your popcorn, call up your friends to join in a stream, because we are going to our 5th and final game here on the semifinals of Divinity League. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about it. All right, we are back. It's Titan Esports Divinity League, and we're on game number 5, Silver Scrapes of the playoff semifinals. GCC Street Fighters versus Monkeys Night City. And what a back and forth series this has been between these two teams, and as only fitting that it comes to this epic conclusion in game number 5. I'm Caleb Ping. I'm joined with Jay Beto. Jay Beto, how are you feeling about this series so far?
I mean, it's crazy. It's been back and forth. If history indicates anything, this should be a monkey stomp game, but I have a feeling the draft's going to be very degenerate, except for ADC for some reason, because we've still got Jin, Kai'Sa up if you want to make that trade, Draven if you are a Draven player. The Aphelios is still up, and I was of the opinion last game too, but even more now that the Lulu's gone, that you can just ban the supports that you don't want to play against with the Aphelios, and then play into the Aphelios, especially if you can get a Kai'Sa. I think that the scaling is just as good, if not better, at some points of the game, depending on your team comp. Or just, pick the Aphelios yourself if you can, but I'm assuming because it's been banned all games, probably can't.
Yeah.
You, I'm sure, are thinking about the Azir.
I'm so surprised, especially given the mastery on Giraffe Rider that we haven't seen this year, right? There's so many openings as well too. So partially, I'm just really curious why they haven't gone that route. And the weird part is, GCC Street Fighters, they haven't been banning the Zir either. So they know that Giraffe Rider has a Zir up his sleeve, and they don't care. They must have an answer for it, or they just don't mind playing into it. I'm not sure, but Zir definitely one of the stronger mid lane champs, especially in the end game. I mean, the range is just the damage and so much team fight setup as well. And then you put it on in the hands of someone like Giraffe Rider, who has mastery and has played really well all 4 games. Like, why not, right? But we'll see. I wonder if this is maybe the time to shine for this year. But again, I agree with you. I don't think the Fellows is coming out anytime soon. I think they're going to just keep respect banning that for Adam. Before we get into the draft, though, we do have some Titan Esports merch. So if you haven't heard about our merch, we got to take a look at it too. Head over to FOFesports.com/Titan to pick up some merch. We have some special summer merch as well. I guess unless you're like in Australia or something, it is pretty much summertime for most of the world. So good time to pick up some merchandise. Of course, there's some merch that's not summer related, as well as some mugs and stuff. So take a look at that site and support Titan Esports putting on these grassroots tournaments. But yeah, I got to pick up some myself too. I just have a lot of Pokemon merch, and that's about it.
Only losers would be in Australia. I can't imagine. But
Yeah.
dope stuff, and I'm hoping a dope game 5. I mean, Azir still being on the table game 5 sounds like a crime to me, especially when there's an Azir player and it hasn't been banned at all. Whether or not I assume monkeys are going to go the safe route and leave the Aphelios as a ban. I assume it's going to be the same stuff: the Kayn, the Nocturne, the Jarvan no longer, obviously, because he played that. But I am a little worried that, like, I think Busy played super well on the Jarvan. Obviously, it's not a damage numbers jungler, but all like in the right place, great ults, finding some good knockups. Um, I don't want him to go back to a carry. Like, there isn't really any left that are even playable. Like I said before, like, what are you gonna play? Graves, Kha'Zix is okay, I guess, but normally that's into Xin Zhao in a really weird like matchup, but Xin Zhao's already been played, so I don't know. It's all over the place. Pick Jin. Jin's great.
I think so too. I think, and there's a lot of tanks that have already been picked up at this point in time too, and that's usually what Jin struggles into a bit. So you don't have that to worry about as much. Let's head on into game number 5, the 5th and final draft. For anyone tuning in for the first time as well, we are running a fearless format. So all previous champions picked up in the previous games are not eligible. And you can see that in the final row. You see all the boxes filled up now. So on top of these 50 champions, there's also going to be 10 additional ones that are being banned this round. So that's 60 champs off the board. We're going to have to really dig deep into this final game 5. And let's see if our players got what it takes.
I'm really also shocked looking at the top lane pool that we haven't had like an Ambessa Renekton trade. No Jax has been played in mid lane. No Annie. Like sometimes some of these players' pools do really give me a shock. It's like you guys don't like. Annie's like first pick around the world at the moment. I know Ryze is also, but
yeah.
I'll give that a pass. Ryze can be a little bit more tricky. It's like, but Annie is like the easiest mid laner to play ever, and it's instant value.
Yeah, a lot of team fight potential too.
Yeah, it's really all around great. I'm shocked that.
Ooh, I like this.
I'm actually really happy with this. Yeah,
yep.
I think if you're able to go Ahri on 2-3 here for GCC, I love this comp. It's really hard. And Poppy would be the correct answer here. But
we get a Wukong.
Monkeys with the Wukong. You can still be Poppy support. I still think Poppy's really good against Pantheon. Also no Vi like.
Yeah. Might not be in the arsenal for Glada. Not sure, but Glada has been playing well. Oh, we get a Ziggs pick up too. Likely going to be Ziggs bot lane, but could always potentially go it into the mid lane as well. Looks like Jay Bettle is you know,
I feel right at home.
Never seen Jay Bettle and Spider-Man the same room before, so you know, won't say anything else for that. We get the Veigar pickup though, from the side GCC, and likely a Veigar mid. Oh, we get the Jinx pickup.
I don't know. Look, I feel like I think Veigar is the most bait champion of existence. I always hear people say it's really good against Engage. I just don't agree.
I'm not a big fan.
I don't like it. Also, like now with Syndra, you are turbo outranged, right?
Yes.
This Veigar's pretty notoriously close range, and then you're picking Jinx. I would just be banning supports and then picking something that's really strong here because there's not a whole lot left, right? But Malphite banning away some top laners. Malphite ban tells me it could be maybe a Gnar, like a Kennen, some kind of more carry-esque top laner, because Malphite builds armor. Like I don't really get it in Syndra Ziggs, so it has to be some kind of.
I feel like Ambessa maybe. Yeah. They definitely need some AD as well because they got double AP already, and I don't know if they go any further on the AP, but I guess it's not out of the question. We get the Nautilus pickup.
Tom's
good
ban
for sure.
breath is gone, so like what are you playing here with Jinx, right? It's pretty hard. No Braum into the Nautilus.
Maybe an Alistar could be good.
Could go an Alistar.
You do need
There's
some
the
of that front
Jax
line.
finally.
Oh, okay.
From the top laner, so that's the Gragas ban. That's why that was banned by GCC. I'm assuming that there's a lot of conversation here about like what do we supply.
Oh, the Sona. Okay. I don't love it, but
what do you go? It's just Ambessa, like.
Oh, okay, the Garen.
Sure. I mean, look, I think Ambessa Renekton would have been really nice there. I think it's fine into the Jax. I get the Gragas ban for Jax, but then you're like literally full AP. So But yeah, the Garen, it's a pick. I don't know if it's a counter into Jax though.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry?
I don't hate the Garen pick, but I do agree. I mean, I think for a final counter pick like that, I don't know. I personally, I would have loved to see like maybe Mbessa there, right? Because
Yeah.
if the Mbessa could just get to the Veigar and the Jinx so easily, right? You just ult them. You're in the back line. You have a Sona support, so not even that much peel to ward off the Mbessa. Whereas Garen kind of has to still run towards you a bit, which is not impossible, but with the Veigar around, the Veigar cage is going to slow down a lot of the engages from the Garen, right? Like most of your damage is just coming from the Ziggs and Syndra. Like it's if you find the right opening with the Wukong, that could be good, but this Veigar cage is going to be pretty annoying in some of these team fights, especially for the Wukong and the Garen, and it might be harder to engage than you anticipate. But we'll see. I don't know. Interesting draft from both sides. I think generally speaking, I don't know. Outside the Veigar, I kind of like Street Fighter's comp a lot too. You know, you have the front to back with the Jinx, the Pantheon, the Jax. The backline's kind of a little sketch, but I don't know. The backline for Monkey's Night City is not. It's a little untraditional as well, right? You have the AP bot, you have the Syndra that has from range. You have great engages from the Wukong and the Nautilus, but like once you engage on it, how do you close the gap with the damage? Because you're so far back with the Syndra and the Ziggs. I feel like there's like some anti-synergy there, but I don't know. What do you think out of these two drafts?
I agree. I think it's not only a bit of anti-synergy for that, but it's. I love the Wukong. I think Wukong into something like Jinx Sona is like really strong because that's what he wants to do. He wants to get onto these immobile, squishy targets. There's a Veigar cage, but if you're good enough with your Wukong gameplay, or more like sneaky enough, I should say, and you're fast enough, the cage doesn't even go off before you get there. But who's following Gladder? Like Zigzolt, sure. I think Mbessa would have been really nice because Wukong knocks up Jinx and then immediately public execution comes through as well after the Cyclone. And Nautilus, it's a pick-based thing. It's guaranteed engage, which is great. But again, like it's not diving with Wukong. So I'm worried that Gladder's going to find himself in situations where he goes in, finds like a great engage, but it's zoned away by Jax pressing E and spinning his stick, right? Because then no one else can follow up. No one else can gap close fast enough. And then I feel like there's also a bit of anti-synergy on GCCE because like it's kind of the same thing, right? Jax, Pantheon, sending it over, but who's following that, right? Veigar, no range. I'm worried about this bot lane. I don't know. It's a crazy game 5.
I think so, yeah. Well, we're going to take a quick break as we set up for game 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And then we got some Silver Scrapes in action for you all. All right. Welcome back, everyone. It's Titan Esports Divinity League. We are on Silver Scrapes, day number 5. We're going straight into the action here. And we got
No waiting.
Monkey Knight City on the red side, GCC Street Fighters on the
Look.
blue side.
Caleb, I'm always looking for an excuse to blame production. So when it's given to me, I'm going to take it.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
You know, it is what it is. It's not a job I would do good at, so I don't blame them. But here we are. We have potential invade on Monkey Knight City on this top side. Ooh, this could be kind of tough for Slop. Slop in a type side position. Oh, does have to burn the flash, but that's a good early flash spent on the Jax for the cost of pretty much nothing. So good way to start things off. But Slop played a great game last game, and if he plays like that again, I don't think that'll be too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to find anything crazy for Wheeze in the first few levels, I assume, but it's going to make the lane a lot safer for Wheeze and potentially Glider wants to come over up to the top side, maybe a 3 camps him to top side gank. It's definitely a possibility. You can already see the threat of the Nautilus just in general as a champion. against the comp of GCC specifically as well. No true tank. So if you're hooked, especially later on in the game, you're most likely dead. But I mean, we talked a little bit about that. Full comp doesn't really work with like the Nautilus idea because it's not a whole like pick comp. You've got a bit of dive with Wukong, and I would argue Ziggs is very versatile. You can play Ziggs in a dive comp with just like ulting over into the dive, similar to like a Jhin. But then you've also got like a poke comp. You've got a catch comp. Like, I think it does have options, but also it can opt to you not really having a clear fight up in the top lane. You can see that this lane isn't the easiest for the Garen in the early levels, but that pulled flash will certainly give Wiz some safety.
That's right. Weez does have that passive though, to gonna heal up a bit in lane at times. I can't remember, was it Weez that played the Darius, or was it Slop that played the Darius? I don't know.
What game was that? The Darius won, right? Or did
It was,
lose?
yeah, it was, yeah. So, Weez was there.
was
So
Weez?
playing, yeah, because
So
yeah, it was
he's
game number
literally
3.
Adam.
Yeah. So he's yeah, ran the
We had Olaf too. We
the
just need
Darius
Zed.
and,
We've
and
got
the
gods.
light Darius. Yeah, that's right. Okay, well here we go. We get a engage here. Going to be stunned up on this Garen, but honestly, not the worst because you still have the whirlwind spinning Garen in those spots, so can still dish out some damage into Jax when being stunned up, and right now has the level advantage as well into Slop, so not in the worst position for Garen. I think honestly, talking to some of my mid lane friends or top lane friends as well too, this matchup is a bit more skill dependent. It's not really that one-sided, so and looks like Weez is going to take a slight advantage in that spot. Slop has to be careful, doesn't have the flash up, and trying to do really what he can to shove in this wave.
It's an awkward thing for Slop. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Oh, and here comes the stun. Giraffe Rider in a tough position, flashes out, avoids the Veigar cage, and here comes Glada as well. There's no mana on Trukos' Veigar, so they do have to back off, and I don't really know if they want to fight that, even if Trukos did have mana. Veigar early game, not known for being strong. Adam in an interesting position here, kind of being sandwiched by a lot of the wave, and in comes the Nautilus, trying to clear up this wave to potentially land a hook. Oh, the hook is going to land, but it is on Lude Avocado instead. So a decent body block there, but right now this they're doing a lot of work here in this bot lane. No mana left on the Ziggs though, so not going to be able to make too much value out of it. But I do like how Nautilus looks in this lane. Going to get a lot of value. Weez doing some damage though back to Slop. Slop still down a level, finally catches back up. But so far this matchup doesn't look as great. Slop was able to back though, so has a few more items up his belts. But Weez just going to continue shoving these minions in and just being kind of a nuisance for Slop.
Lizzie's back, but Weez has flash. Well, he's put himself in the worst position possible. No ult means no kill here, unless Weez can miraculously level up. Nice flash out. I think Busy stuns a bit too early there. Nothing to cancel. You know, can't cancel the Garen spin. But I think Busy's done a good job this set in general, but this game, as Pantheon being around, pulls the flash off of Giraffe, and maybe he didn't continue, not due to his own decision, but pulls the flash off Weez, pulls the ignite off Weez. Very nice jungle pathing so far from the Pantheon. It's only going to get harder when level 6 comes around. But yeah, what I was talking about before, I don't envy Slop here because on one hand, you've got double AD topside, so like plated steel caps feel great. And then I look further down and it's double AP carries. So,
yeah.
And a Nautilus, right? So it's like, what booth do I go, man?
Yeah, do you play for the lane? Because the Garen damage is not, I mean, unless you go like some crit damage build or a Garen build or something, like, which it's not really that viable anymore, I think, since they reworked it a bit. I just
mostly now.
Yeah, and so at that point in time too, like, you just, for the lane matchup, it's not great. I wonder if Slop maybe just forgoes upgrading the boots for a while, and just spends gold elsewhere, and then just builds more treads later on. They're going to keep skirmishing here a bit. but nothing too crazy. No one dying at this moment in time. Oh, but
Oh.
the bomb is gonna bump up Adam towards them a bit here, and you can see the value of this Nautilus already doing so much work and stunning up and engaging. And meanwhile, the Ziggs just being so annoying, just being able to outrange the Jinx and just constantly harass. And the problem is you can't really engage on it. Here comes the Dredge line. It is going to be locked onto Lewd Avocado for the time being. Lewd Avocado in a tough position. Glad is lurking as well. I think first blood is going to go over, and it is going to be to Grim on the Ziggs. The junglers are fighting it over in this dry bush as well. Jinx has to back off for the time being. Actually, it's going to be another kill going over to the side of Monkey Knight City. Sorry, I got so excited. I choked on there. But the cage is going to land, and in comes Chukos. Can Chukos get the job done? No mana remaining. And that's going to be Feast of Warfare going over to Monkey Knight City. 3 kills. So little value on that gank from Chukos. And meanwhile, you got Giraffe Rider shoving down mid lane. Going to be ahead on CS on top of it. Still has so many other resources, so things just did not pan out so well for GCC Street Fighters right there.
I don't know what is going on this set with like players just not using summoner spells when they're out. Like Lewd Avocado just like does this weird loop-de-loop backwards and then flashes and dies anyway. And Adam dies with flash up. I was gonna touch on it before the fight, but now's a great time with the Veigar rotation. Okay, fine, the rotation does assist in the boots, but at the time of rotation, you had a 0 stack tier and the roaming boots. Yep. Why roam? You've got no damage. Just sit in lane, farm. Pantheon ult up to the top lane.
Weez,
no
caught
flash.
A bit of trouble here. Let's see if we can get out of it. I don't think you're going to be able to do it this time, and going to be Weez going down. GCC Street Fighters are on the board. But outside of that, not looking so great here. Giraffe Rider, we know, will extend the lead whenever possible here. They're going to be blowing up Lewd Avocado a bit to push a little bit towards them. And this bot lane has not been going well for Lewd Avocado and Adam so far. So much damage. Mega Inferno Bomb does land onto Lewd Avocado, but just not enough damage. Fallen Warrior does take a turret shot. So this Nautilus is in slight position. Oh my gosh! This Jinx has to be so careful there on a sliver of HP, maybe even single digits at this point in time too.
Glada,
you know Glada wants this too. Oh, wait, caught in the bush, just committing to it. Adam said, you know what? I need to get out. I need to hope that Glada doesn't find me. But Glada does go down to the turret, but that kill goes over to Lewd Avocado, which is not where you want the goal to be. In comes the flank, though, from Slob, making all the way over from this top lane. Is going to try to kill Grim. There's no way Grim gets out of this one. Grim does get shut down, but in comes Giraffe Rider, TPing over. I don't know. Not really going to be able to get too much value out of this TP, and now Veigar is going to be able to stack quite a bit, maybe hoping that the bot lane was going to stay alive a little bit longer, but not going to be the case. So kind of a wasted TP, and now Giraffe Rider going to slowly walk back over to mid lane. Meanwhile, Chugo's getting a lot of stacks there.
Yeah, it's the... I still think people are caught out by the long TP. Giraffe Rider finds a stun, but caught in the cage. Does he have enough damage? Well, with Wukong, he definitely does, but no flash, no ult on Glada. Doesn't matter.
Flash forward, and Giraffe Rider going to pick up the kill onto Chugos with a little assistance from Glada. Glada all over the map. So even though not getting too much value out of the TP, does get the kill back over, is ahead on CS as well. And again, the boots decision from this Veigar is kind of curious. I don't really know. I mean, you want this Veigar to scale, right? You want some damage.
22.
Yeah, I mean, it's the plan to sell the boots and buy. I don't know. Those boots, you don't really sell them. Like, it's just you're building them for the late game where you can recall faster. And I don't know.
Am I missing something? What is that build into? That's not Shirelia's. Sorry, that's not Seraph's. That
yeah,
shield.
no, it's not. It's not.
I don't really understand what.
It's an interesting game 5 build, I would say.
Is he going Shirelia's? I may have misspoken the first time, but like, is it some weird reckless Shogath tech?
Well, before we go into that, we have 62 stacks on this Veigar. Weez and Slob going to dish it out a bit. Glada is in the area, but in comes the Pantheon ultimate. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be interrupted, actually, so Grim not going to get that off. D1 building some advantages for this bot lane, which you definitely need for this Jinx, who is 0-2 at the moment in time, behind on CS as well, but you need to get this Jinx online. Chuko's not having a great time in this mid lane at all. Meanwhile, these top laners are just going to keep skirmishing a bit. Wee's actually caught in a slight position. Demacian Justice does come through, and Slop goes down in that 1v1. It's looking pretty good for Weez in this one, unlike the last game. Chuko's caught in a tough position. Glad is coming through. So is Fallen Warrior. The Dredge Line is going to land. The root comes through. Unfortunately, Fallen Warrior is the one that does pick up the kill. But either way, slowing down the Veigar from stacking is always going to be a good time. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what the Ziggs is cooking up, honestly, at this point. You know, trying to... Yeah, it's a peculiar one, to say the least. I will say, though, D1 has the 2 kills. However, Glada has 2 kills as well and 3 assists, even CS. So even though D1 is playing really well this game, still a little behind from the opposing jungler.
Oh, Grim. Found.
Yeah, a little exchange with Loot Avocado. Maybe Loot Avocado underestimated the damage a bit, but Adam is here. Here comes Fallen Warrior, though, and Glada as well. Forced the flash, but here comes the ultimate, the knockup onto Adam. Great spacing though behind the minions, so is going to get to safety for the time being. Meanwhile, this matchup is starting to look pretty annoying for Slop the longer it's going on for. Has a level disadvantage, but has a decent amount of minions. It's been a tough game though for Adam, I feel like.
Yeah, it has been a hard one. I think that the top lane matchup's going to get a lot better for Jack when Triforce is finished. But I mean, you're playing like double scaling bot lane against Ziggs, where like, so you can't interact with Ziggs because that's just what Ziggs does, and then you're against a Nautilus who's great at this point in the game, like really, really strong at this point in the game. I want to apologize for my analysis of the comp because I was only thinking of it in a 5v5 team comp, this Wukong and this Nautilus. But in the mid game, when they're holding hands, it is literally unstoppable because how do you move?
And we get a huge stunner at this point in time, too. They're fighting over this Drake here as Grim going to dish out a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb going to land the center right onto D1. D1 has to get out to safety a bit. Chuko's going for the flank, but you can't really kill this Wukong at this point in time with the Veigar Giraffe doing a ton of damage. And, you know, the health bars are low. The Drake does go over the side of Monkey's Night City. So things are going over in favor of them. No one actually ends up dying in that 4v4 fight. But it's not looking great. You do have the late game scaling from GCC Street Fighters. I just don't know if they get there.
I mean, the Jax TP'd over to the fight, gave Garen a full tower. So that matchup feels hard before. It's going to be harder after this base. That's 14 minutes, so nearly all the plates are done as well. Chuko's getting chased. Cyclone
in a tough position. Glada is going to take the 1v1 kill, and now the Cyclone's going to buy him a little bit of time. D1 in a tough position. Giraffe Rider is strong right now, and we get a double kill over to Glada. It's going to be 10-4 so far. 4K gold differential in under 15 minutes. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. We haven't really seen this Veigar pick really come to fruition yet. He does have the Shurelia's built now. For what reason? I feel like there's better items for Veigar. I could be mistaken, but I feel like there's better items. We'll see, though.
Shurelia's here. Flop, getting looked at.
Weez and Fallen Warrior trying to collapse onto Slop. Slop doing whatever he can, but I think at this point in time, he is not long for this world. Even burns the flash for some reason, but the Demacian Justice is going to take him out. And Weez, you know, putting on some pressure in this top lane. And D1, what are you going to do into this Garen? You don't have the damage to take him out. Fallen Warriors is in the same spot, too. Things are crumbling a bit for the side of GCC Street Fighters. D1 about to die under his own turret, and Wee's going to pick up another kill. Strikebreaker already completed onto this Garen as well, and he is looking pretty strong in the side lane. I mean, there's so much pushing pressure, right? You got the Garen, you got the Ziggs, Syndra's ahead as well. Like, what's the win con here for Street Fighters?
I am reminded of Brahma's game 2 with the Siva, when I said maybe Loot Avocado might have been protesting with the Bard engage. This has to be a protest. Like, there's no way I'm looking at movement speed boots, like roaming boots, Shurelia's Veigar with Tier and Spellbook. Like, what am I looking at? Like this guy tickled the opponents. Like I'm so confused.
Those are interesting items for even like a support Veigar, but this is a mid lane Veigar, and I, I don't know. I don't know. It is fearless, right? There were 60 champs banned in total, so maybe the options are limited. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know how to justify. I'm just trying to come up with something, but it's hard to explain this one. D1 going to buy some space for Slop. They really need to try to kill Wheeze however possible, but Wheeze is starting to get to that annoying point where you just can't lock down the Garen, just runs away and stuff, and just running all over you in the map. Healing as well, not even need to recall. A lot of damage coming over to this bottom side here. Mega Inferno Bomb only slightly lands onto Loot Avocado, but not too much. Doesn't hit the sweet spot. And now Adam actually looking pretty strong. Does get exhausted, but Grim not really having too much mana. And in these fights, extended skirmishes, it's going to favor the Jinx a little bit more. But still a bit behind, and we see the flank from Giraffe Rider. The flash forward. Oh, the counter flash from Adam. Really fast reaction times, but still goes down to Grim, unfortunately. And the rocket does not hit a single target. Gladys in the area and just almost taunting Loot Avocado. Said, hey, Soda, what are you doing? But TP is going to come through, so this Slop on Jax can buy some space. Oh, wait, I should have double TP as well. Trucos is here. Oh, my gosh. Loot Avocado gets one shot, but Veigar comes through, and the Primordial Burst is going to be enough to take out Giraffe Rider. Just a little something going over the side of Street Fighters. The quick response to the double TP does prevent Loot Avocado from dying instantly, but still ends up dying. I think it's a worthy trade-off, though, support for Giraffe Rider. But Wheeze picking up a turret in the process, so still losing more in overall.
Well, the answer to my question at the beginning, Slop is going Merc Treads, so I don't know.
I think it's the right call.
Yeah, look, it's a really hard call to make. I think that both get value, and not going the other one feels bad. You know, like
yeah,
so it's very much like a grass is greener on the other side. If the double TP there wasn't enough, Pantheon still had ult and didn't use it. So like, there was a fight happening there, no matter what. But Wheeze picks up a mid-tier 1. So nice gold injection into him, who already has 3 kills. Very nice from Self. And Giraffe, I think, back on form so far. A quiet kind of setup mid control mage game. Orianna, Talia, Syndra, all of these have looked good so far. Stunned out.
Oh, Giraffe caught in a tough position here. Doesn't have the damage, I think, to take him out. Trying to take Blue Avocado on the way down, but doesn't actually get it. D1 going to pick up a kill. A great setup there, but Drake is already started up from the side of Monkey Knight City. This could be so point for them if they're going to get it. I don't know if there's a way to steal it or not. D1 doesn't do it. The Rocket doesn't either. And that's going to be 3 Drakes over to the side of Monkey's Knight City. And that's not going to be a good time. A lot of vision, but that one control ward just going to take care of that one for them.
I gotta give props to Glada, or I guess the Monkeys in general. That's a really hard Drake to secure. Like, it's really favored for GCC. They have like Super Mega Death Rocket and Pantheon Q Smite. Pretty hard to outsmite that, but he managed to get it done. And unfortunately, I cast the Cursed Giraffe so bad he fell into the Shadow Realm. I was glazing him so tough, and then he mind controls in front of a Pantheon stun. Trillia's in mid.
Oh. Okay, yeah, Grim going to be completely bursted down here. Fallen Warrior and Glada fighting. I don't know if they have enough damage. Here comes a Grand Starfall as well, but during Starfalling into a Cyclone, Giraffe Rider is going to be here for the damage needed. Fallen Warrior still stunning up, landing the Dredge Line as well, providing so much team and synergy here for the side of Monkey Knight City. Loot Avocado Trucos just going to have to run out of this for now. Not enough damage yet on this Veigar. Was enough to burst the Ziggs, but outside of that, you lost 3 members.
He sells ult. Not enough damage.
Oh,
take
and
it down.
The Trucos. Wait, hold on. What is this build? I do not.
Hextech Rocket Belt. This is like a Shogath build. It's like a Shogath mid permaclear, mid-wave, reckless Bouse build, but
it's a mobility Veigar. Yeah, it's a mobility Veigar, and is it working? I don't know. I mean, he's getting kills.
Isn't the whole point of Veigar that, like, I mean, I disagree with this, but like, he's really good against engage. why build mobility to dodge the engage when you can just cage?
Yeah. Looks like
If
he
they
is
win,
the
I
engage
have
this time around.
need to get an interview, and it's just gonna be like, bro, what were you on game 5? Like, did someone else come in and just like, did you random wheel your build? Or
I feel like
have to
there's
be-
no way. This has to have been used in the past. There's no way you just pull out the Shirelius Rocket Belt symbiotic souls and just call it there.
And here, like, where is this
Yeah,
build going? But I mean, Giraffe plays. I was thinking about. I was gonna compliment him, and I was gonna say like, Grim gets caught. Giraffe positions really well throughout the fight, and then again he just walks under tower to try to ult Veigar, and gets traded. So the rock of monkeys in the last few games seems shaken, but Blade and Wheeze picking up the slack for the other members of Monkey as Grim fell down, but good thing for both of them. Both of them have flash available, so neither of them use flash in that, and flashes for both the carries of GCC are up as well, but with Syndra Ziggs very immobile, really want that flash. Mid-tower getting sieged upon, but it's Ziggs. Very easy to clear the wave. Here come the rest of the members of Monkey.
Hey, they're fighting here. Truco's trying to get out of this, but the Nautilus ultimate does go down. Glada is very strong. Wait, hold on. He flashed out through the red buff area, so able to get out of that. This top lane matchup is getting pretty annoying for Slop, but still trying to hang in there and buy as much space for the team as possible. Try to keep the Garen at least in lane, because definitely one of the most fed members on the side of Monkey City. Oh, and here comes Trucos is going to be bursted down. Giraffe Rider, the one to pick up that kill. Flash already spent, so they knew this could be a much easier engage. D1 grabs the red buff, but Glada on the chase for now. Giraffe Rider slowly behind. D1 has to be careful here, and the stun comes up, and the Giraffe Rider is going to be the one to pick up D1's kill. Exhaust being used on Adam, and they just have to back off at this point in time. And we get a solo kill. Wheeze into Slops Jax, and another turret goes over to this Garen. I don't know if you can slow down the Garen or not, but Otacon for sure will be going over to the side of Monkey Knight City. They got feature strength. They got soul points on the Drakes. Now they're picking up Otacon. Things are looking heavily in this favor. I will say, I think the late game win con is you get some good team fights, maybe get a reset on the Jinx, and you can pop off a bit. Veigar maybe doing some sizable damage by then, but it's not looking good so far. It's a 10k gold differential in under 25 minutes.
Garen, notoriously hard to catch, but Pantheon has a guaranteed stun. Jax technically has a guaranteed stun. Then you've got Veigar Cage. You've got like Sonar Ult, Jinx Traps. You can lock down the Garen if given the opportunity. So there isn't really a member of Monkeys that GCC can't kill. The issue is Jax is pretty far down in gold. That's 1 item to 3 for the Garen.
Oh, here comes the Cage. Fallen Warrior in a tough position, but this is a Nautilus, not really where you want all your damage to go onto. And Fallen Warrior is going to just shrug that off. This Fallen Warrior is actually building pretty tanky at this point in time too. I think going for a Frozen Heart sooner, but and they're just buying the space. This is going to be Soul here. Do they just give it up? I think they do. They don't have a choice. Mega Inferno Bomb is thrown. Doesn't hit anyone, but it's okay for... Oh, it was stolen from D1 at the last second before D1 goes down, buying his team as much time as possible. But now they are on the run. Veigar, Pantheon, both down as well. And you know Monkey Knight City want to get something out of this besides just 2 kills. They're feeling hungry here. Garen's there on the flank. I think they're going to go for this Baron instead. And I think it's probably going to be the right call, especially with Pantheon going down as well. You have the rocket to potentially snipe this, but that's not going to be very easy to land, especially if you body block a bit better. I don't think you have any vision on this, so it's just not going to be really possible. Oh, the Jinx Rocket's not even up. I don't know what I'm saying. So, yeah, this is going over to the side of Monkey Knight City. Again, games have been pretty one-sided in this series, and this time around, it's Monkey Knight City's turn.
Yeah, the Smite steal is exciting for Bezzy, and I'm sure he was excited at getting it, but you lose 2. One of them is a jungler, and Baron falls there. This is the issue with picks like Sonar in any form of organized play. And there are Hold on. Is it just another wee solo kill?
Yeah,
Quick
Demacian
little stutter
Justice
there.
going to
Up and
be
left
it.
to
I mean, I
the
think Slop at this point knows he's probably not worth that much gold anyway. If you could get a turret in exchange for your life, maybe not the worst. Right
Yeah.
now, Monkey Knight City's not making too much out of their Baron buff. The lanes are all pushed out a bit, so maybe can't get too much value. So I actually don't hate that play from Slop. Already knows that he's behind in this 1v1 matchup. Scaren's 6-1-1, and his own death was early in the game when he was still on the weaker
I'll see
side.
you in
Oh,
1v4.
and trying to fight off D1. The cage is there though. Oh, and flashes away. Gets slowed down from Jinx. Does try to go re-engage here. I don't know if he can come out of this. He is
1K
fed, but not
gold.
that fed. And we get the shutdown. It's going to be Chugos that picks it up, but at what cost? They're losing the top inhibitor turret, and they're looking to lose the inhibitor as well. Slop just going to not even try to save it, wants to save the mid inhibitor turret instead. And I think that's going to be the right call because Slop is not strong enough to hold off 3 members on the side of Monkey Knight City. It was a shutdown, but they did lose a lot for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you would have loved the shutdown on your Hypercarry Jinx. Instead, it's on this Mobility Veigar, which, you know, obviously Veigar does scale, and
Yeah.
I'm sure
That's the
with the right items, yeah, with the right items, there will be damage eventually, but I'm looking at this Syndra.
Keyword
I'm
is
seeing
right
it-
items.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Syndra, and it's happening again. Like, the Darksteel sacks are coming. It's Ludens, Storm Surge, close to a Rabadon's, and I'm comparing the two in my head, and I'm thinking, there is just no way this Veigar does more than Syndra in this game ever now. Like, surely not. And maybe it's like, oh, Shurelia's get Jax Pantheon, Jinx to run at them, but you're running into Nautilus Wukong and it's 6-2 Garen. Now Wukong 6-1. Like, all the monkeys are really fair. Their Barons are going off in 20 seconds. But despite the hero steal to deny the soul, it's still sold now for monkeys in 1 minute 30, and the fight feels just as hard as it did last time.
Lights are breaking down though in this jungle. D1 tries to get the red buff, but at what cost here? It's going to be knocked up a bit and just goes down instantly. Glad are going to be unstoppable at this point too. The Baron buff's gone, but the members of Monkey Knight City is still pretty strong here. They have decent wave clear though between the Jinx and maybe the Veigar to a degree, so maybe not the easiest lanes to push out. But this game is it's not looking good for Monkey Knight City. We'll see how this goes. Rabadon is this Veigar is closing in on his own Rabadons as well. I gotta assume it's Rabadons, but you never know how this is going to go. But 2 needlessly large rods should be that for the recipe here. The cage is going to come down, but Wheeze has no care for the world of that. You can stack all you want onto his Garen. He's going to be just wailing away at the inhibitor. And this is kind of a painful death by 1,000 strokes, it feels like, in a way, right? They're caging down this Garen, but they can't kill him. They can't kill him.
Yeah, I completely agree. And still, the top lead, and you can really see the pressure monkeys have in multiple areas of their comp. 2-item lead in the top lane. It took 4 to kill the Garen last time. He's now level 18. This full damage build, and with Chemtech Soul with a Garen, like I'm really struggling outside of an Adam pentakill, like 5 reset pentakill rundown mid-end. I seriously can't see a world in which GCG can get the time needed to come back, because like they can come back if Jinx gets full build and Veigar gets a bunch of stacks. But even like Baron in a minute, the game is over in the next 3. If not right now, because monkeys want to end it here and now. Depth charge is available. That's the go button. Fallen wants to send it, but he's playing it quite slow. I mean, these super minions are just going to push in mid and top. It's an impossible chokehold. This death by 1,000 cuts that you mentioned before, as GCG try against all odds and a soul.
And so far, the Sona has paid off super well for the team here. We get the Dredge line going, but Fallen Warrior is so tanky on this Nautilus, even taking some of that turret damage. Oh my god, Tuco's in trouble! Grim is going to land the Super Mega Inferno Bomb, and right in the center was Trukos' head going to go down, and now this is the opening they need. They don't even care about these turrets hitting them. They're going to take down the bottom one. A big stun, though, but Ludo Avocado is not long for this world, as Glada is going to pick up the kill. Glada does go down, but that's about it. It's an ace for Monkey Knight City. They are going to kill everyone on the side of Street Fighters, and they're going to grab the Nexus, and this is going to be Game 5 for them. They win the series on Silver Scrapes, and they're headed to the finals for Divinity.
Someone go back to the beginning of this game, the draft, where I said, if history shows us anything, it's a easy stomp for Monkeys. Because it was. And honestly, I don't think it was anything to do with patterns of, luck. I think their comp was better. Now, if this Garen falls behind, and I do really think Poppy would have been good for either team, but something to stop the Wukong and the Nautilus. It's a lot harder, but Wee's had such a great time in the top lane, and yeah, I just don't understand the build. I want to see the damage done by Veigar.
Yeah, nothing too crazy there, but I mean, granted, I will say, even with the right build, Veigar does need some time to scale. However, in 32 minutes, maybe not the best. We'll see, though. I mean, I'm no Veigar main, so maybe there's some synergy or some utility
Crazy
in
tech.
that build. Yeah, crazy tech. It is definitely crazy. But what a fantastic series overall. Back and forth. I mean, honestly, every game felt, for the most part, pretty one-sided. I think the last two games felt a little less one-sided than the first three, but still very back and forth. And they were just trading games. I mean, every game was won on the red side, essentially, in this series. And Slop played a fantastic game last game. Wee's countering back with that Garen in the top lane. But I gotta agree with you. I think it was a bit of a draft diff. But that's kind of how it goes sometimes.
I mean, we're talking about the volatility of the bot lane in some of the earlier matches, and that did continue this game. Like Jinx Sona can't really do anything against Ziggs, but it did maintain to be this top lane counter pick, right? That kept impacting the Mordekaiser, even though that wasn't counter pick, but it was on red side. The Mordekaiser did really well. This game, it was the Garen. It's interesting. Like, I'm thinking, putting myself in the shoes of whatever team has to play against this team in the finals, and looking, and obviously there's no more Aphelios bans, but what do you look at, right? I think that their drafting is really solid. So champ pools are quite wide, especially Giraffe. Like, he looks completely unfazed in a Game 5 Fearless, which is impressive. And for Grim to be able to pull out a Ziggs, that's also pretty good too. I think it's a bit lucky that, like, all the engaged supports was, like, the still Rel Alistair was up. Obviously Nautilus was available too. So it is a bit lucky that you can go something like Ziggs Nautilus, but having comfortability in a situation like this is really impressive, and it's threatening for whoever plays against them in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is Game 5 Fearless, 60 bans already coming into this final game, but they did not play like these were, their fifth or sixth best champion. They some of these were played
there
really
was
well,
Noah Seer.
so good depth. Noah's here. Maybe a Draft Rider just saving it for the finals. Who knows? But yeah, fantastic consistency from Draft Rider in all the games. Glada as well, too, in my opinion, was played really well throughout the series. Did everything he could, even in losing situations in those fights. But just a great team performance all the way throughout, and great performances from GCC Street Fighters, not only in the playoffs but the whole season as well, right? And this came down to Game 5. I know it didn't end in the closest of games, but the two games that Street Fighters won were also very heavily sided on their side. So just unfortunately didn't get the things to line up perfectly in this one. But that's going to do it for this series. I mean, thanks for everyone that stayed for over the 4 hours we've been on this broadcast. What an exciting series back and forth, and only fitting in the semifinals of Divinity playoffs. Next week, we do have Monkeys Night City in the final, so be sure to tune in to Divinity League and root for them, and see who they go against. But that's going to be it for us. And shout out to Sherigan on broadcast, and Loki on the observer duties. And of course, Titan Esports merch. Get your own Titan Esports apparel, cups, whatever you would like to have to support Titan Esports. FOFesports.com/Titan to pick up your own merchandise. My name is Caleb Pang, and it's been a pleasure casting with you, Jay Beto. Any final words for our audience tuning in?
Good night, America. And I'm going to go take a nap too. That was very fun. See you next week.
All right. Have a good one, everyone, and we'll catch you on the finals.